Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the council meeting on this day, the 20th of November 2025. I read out the fire evacuation procedures. There is no fire drill planned, so if a fire alarm is sounded, please follow the committee staff and leave by the exit nearest to the large screen at the front of the room and proceed down the fire exit to the courtyard. Once it is safe to return, councillors will receive a text message. Officers will also advise when it is safe to return to the meeting. Webcasting. We are recording the meeting this evening. The webcast will be transmitted live to the council's YouTube page and will also be available on the council's website following the meeting. Generally, the public seating areas are not filmed. However, by entering St George's Suite and using the public seating area, you are consenting to being filmed and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and training purposes. Before we begin this evening's meeting, I'd like to remind members of the letter from myself, the Chief Executive and Managing Officer, earlier this year. Please could members remember to engage respectfully with one another and to address your speeches to me as Chair. I will now move on to the business of tonight's agenda, and in doing so I'll take this opportunity to remind you to ensure that any questions are relevant and concise. Item number 1, apologies for absence. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Apologies from Councillors Gavin Callaghan, Emma Callaghan and Aidan McGovern.
Thank you. Any other? Yes. Councillor Brockman.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies from Councillor Waldridge and Councillor Allen Ball.
Thank you. Councillor Blake.
Apologies for Councillor Terry Sargent.
Thank you, Councillor. Item number 2, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest to be made by members, taking into account the Essex County Council en bloc? Councillor Ansell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to declare an interest in items 9 and 10 on the agenda. These items relate to my disclosable pecuniary interest as a director of a business that operates in the planning industry, so I will withdraw from the meeting for the duration of those items and will not take part in the votes.
Thank you, Councillor Ansell. Councillor Journet.
Thank you very much, Mayor. In terms of declaration of interest, just to make you aware that there is an ongoing legal investigation in regards to something on the agenda this evening.
Yep. I've been advised it's not appropriate to mention that as a declaration.
No, but I'm just making you aware there is a legal investigation going on at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Larkin.
Oh, it is now. Interest on 9, as I'm Chairman of Planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Larkin. Moving on to item number 3, the minutes. Do I have your general consent and agreement that the minutes of the Extraordinary Council held on the 18th September, the Council meeting held on the 18th September and the Extraordinary Council meeting held on the 27th of October are a true record? I hope to see general consensus from the meeting. General consensus achieved. Item number 4, announcements. I have an announcement as Mayor of the Borough. It's high time I highlighted my 2 local charities that I've been fundraising for and will continue to fundraise for. These are 2 outstanding local charities, Peaceful Place Basildon and ATF Basildon, both of which make a real difference in people's lives every single day. Over the past month, I've had the pleasure of seeing their amazing work firsthand. At the ATF's Youth Club in Langdon, I met some brilliant young people full of energy, ideas and ambition. ATF doesn't just give them a place to hang out, it gives them opportunities to grow through sport, mentoring and creative projects. They're building confidence, leadership and positive futures, and you can generally feel the buzz in that room in that youth club, which is fantastic. Then I attended the Peaceful Places annual choir event, and I saw something truly moving. Peaceful Place supports adults living with young onset dementia, people who often face challenges most of us can't even imagine. But in that choir, there was laughter, music, and so much joy. It's a place filled with warmth, friendship, and purpose. And it's clear that Peaceful Place gives its members not just care, but dignity and a sense of community. So I look forward to myself and the Deputy Mayor continuing to raise money for those worthwhile causes. Thank you. Are there any other further announcements? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't keep members too long because we've got a lot of juicy stuff and that old repeated subject, the local plan. I hate it. Anyhow, short and sweet, I want to praise our security people, AIB, on fireworks weekend. I had need to call from a constituent who contacted me, and I spoke with our officer Julie Long that Friday evening. She said they'd be coming to you once they've dealt with a job in Wickford. I spoke to the 2 security guards we employ from AIB, and I said, oh, how was it in Wickford? Was it quite jovial? They went, no, we've just come back from Cranfield Park Avenue. And I went, what, 2 of you? You went to Cranfield Park Avenue? Yeah. And you in one piece? Yeah. So I said, what was occurring? Stacks of pallets, it was about to have a bonfire, and it was near trees that could have damaged people's property, and they'd called the fire brigade down to make sure the area was secure, and 10 out of 10 for those security guards. I'm very impressed. They obviously dealt with it in a professional manner. They was obviously firm but fair, and they visited a number of parks over the Halloween and fireworks weekend to keep them secure. A new project that I'm working on, because once I deal with one issue, I go on to the next thing, are these scam artists known as chuggers. They're starting to pop up again in the town centre. Many of us want to help decent charities, and you know, it's not illegal what they're doing, but as people look into it, these chugger companies can take 11 of the 12-month subscription, when people who don't have a lot of money would want to help a particular charity, would like to see the lion's share of their donation go to that charity. So I'll be working with my officers to see what we can do, because some of these chuggers, because they're paid on commission, are quite in your face. I'm okay with that. I'm sure Councillor Blake, if they started bothering him, you'd be as direct as I am. But we have a lot of senior age citizens shopping in our town centre who are kind-hearted, and maybe it's less direct than I or Councillor Blake would be with them. So we're looking at that. We want to support charity, but it's not a tin in your face, give or you're a bad person. Can't have that. Right, I'll zip up there. So we've got plenty of time to talk about that local plan.
Does the Deputy Mayor have any announcements? Okay, any further Cabinet members have any announcements? Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be able to take this opportunity to give some updates that have happened across my portfolio of culture, sport, children and young people. Just last week, we celebrated the 12th Basildon Activity Awards held at the Basildon Sport and Leisure Club. The annual Find Your Active event celebrates the incredible talent, commitment, determinations of individuals, clubs and groups that make an invaluable contribution to sport and physical activity across this borough. This year, we received over 200 nominations across a number of different award categories, reflecting the true passion, dedication for sport and physical activity across our borough. Across those 200 nominations, 49 were then shortlisted into the 8 individual award categories, and over 100 individuals attended the event. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank yourself, Mr. Mayor, the Chief Executive, the Executive Director for Growth and Partnerships, and Juliet Raison, our Relationship Manager of Active Essex, for their support and contribution on the awards evening. The evening saw awards being awarded, given to organisations and individuals across a range of categories. The active education provider that was awarded to Della South School PE Department. Inspiring Young Lives, you've already referred to them this evening, Mr. Mayor, ATF. The Move With Us champion, Hannah Gordon. The Sports Club of the Year, Basildon Rugby Club. The Strengthening Communities Award to Feel Good Fitness and Wellness Centre. Our unsung hero, Margaret Fulker. The Wellbeing Award to Holly Banks. And to the Young Sports Personality of the Year, Teddy Warwick. To all of those individuals that were awarded, to all of those that were nominated, to all of those that contribute to sport and physical activity across our borough, you represent the best of us. Congratulations and thank you for your support. And while we're talking about celebrating sporting success to individuals and clubs, there's one individual whose sporting success and contribution to sport in this borough that spans across 4 decades that I wish to pay tribute to tonight on behalf of the council. Many of you will know Sean Beagle, our contract manager at Everyone Active. He's served this borough for 4 decades. He's recently announced his retirement and has made a huge contribution to sport across this borough. Sean started at Basildon Council in the 1980s as a leisure assistant at the Basildon Sports Centre. From those early days, his dedication and passion for providing outstanding customer service and leisure facilities was very clear. Over the years, Sean progressed through roles at Broomfords, Eversley and Markham's Chase, eventually managing all leisure facilities across our borough. That alone is an incredible achievement that he and we should be incredibly proud of. When the leisure services were transitioned into Everyone Active in 2011, Sean embraced that change and continued to lead with excellence, managing the Eversley and Wickford swimming pool. And by 2013, he took on the role as the contract manager for the Basildon Sporting Village, a responsibility that he carried with dedication, professionalism and vision. Sean's leadership has not only ensured effective, smooth operations, but has brought innovation and creativity to the service. He is held in high regard by all of his team at Everyone Active for his forward-thinking approach, dedication and commitment. And I know when I speak on behalf of all members, when I say that he is highly regarded by members and officers alike. And I've always found him, in all of my dealings with him, to be kind, thoughtful, decent and a dedicated public servant. Sean, your contribution has shaped the leisure services in this borough. It's led a lasting legacy. And on behalf of Basildon Council, thank you for your hard work, for your ideas, your unwavering dedication and commitment. You'll be greatly missed, but we wish you every success in wherever you go and in whatever you do in the next chapter of your life. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I also wish to be able to take this opportunity to pay tribute to dedicated organisations across this borough. And I was absolutely delighted by your announcement that you were going to recognise ATF as one of your charities for this year. Just last Friday, we received the wonderful news that ATF were awarded with the King's Award for Voluntary Service 2025, the highest award a voluntary organisation can achieve. It is the equivalent of the honours list, equivalent to an MBE for organisations and charities across our borough. Just like yourself, I've been lucky and privileged to be able to see their delivery, to be able to see the difference to young people's lives that they are making through sport. To all of their staff, to all of their volunteers, to all of the young people, thank you for your dedicated service. Thank you for all that you do. Mr. Mayor, Basildon is a borough that is made up of talented, dedicated individuals that go beyond the call of duty in many ways. In March next year, we will celebrate the Basildon Volunteer Awards, and I'm proud to announce tonight that the nominations for the Basildon Volunteer Awards are open. I encourage members, community groups, individuals to nominate those that go above and beyond, that serve our borough with dedication and distinction. It is right and proper that we recognise those individuals for their service. Our borough is made up of hugely talented and hugely dedicated individuals. I look forward to celebrating their success and celebrating with yourself as Mayor in next year. And we thank those individuals for all they do across our borough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor McGeorge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First off, I'd like to condemn the mindless vandalism that took place on the hoarding at the CDC site in Pitsea. We as a council will not tolerate such acts and will be helping the police in any way that we can to catch the culprits and bring them to justice. On the same side, however, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my thanks to the local children and artists for the fantastic artwork that they have placed over the hoardings. It really does show what creativity our young people in the borough possess. Next Monday, the 24th of November, all residents will be invited, or are invited, to our winter welfare event here in the Basildon Centre between 10 AM and 3 PM. This event will bring together a range of local services and expert advice to help residents manage the challenges of winter, from energy costs and housing support to wellbeing and community connections. They'll be able to speak directly with teams from housing and welfare support, council tax recovery, outreach and engagement, citizens' advice and pathways, resident involvement team, and many others. By working with local partners, we can make a real difference to people's wellbeing and help everyone stay safe and well this winter.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today is 35 days until Christmas. Now, that's good news for some, bad news for others. My daughter's born on Christmas Day, and that's a bit of a killer. But just last week, we saw Basildon kick off the festive celebrations in style. Around 3,000 residents attended a great day of festivities, and we'll continue to keep our promise in delivering Christmas year on year. We saw pantomime acts, performances, and fireworks, and it was a great day for everyone to enjoy. On our website and across socials, you will see a host of activity across the borough in the run-up to Christmas, and this weekend sees the Wickford Christmas light switch on and festive activities in Leighton Library, with much more to come in the coming months. We continue to see progress in the regeneration of the borough, with work starting at both Pitsea CDC and the Basildon Thrive Health Hub. Hoarding around the Orwell development on Market Square shows a bold ambition for the town centre, and the nighttime economy is returning to the town, with announcements this week on 3 new venues. The South Essex Live Lounge and Comedy Club will give local talent and artists a place to grow and perform and a relaxed place to socialise. Plans to open a live amateur boxing venue, and lastly, brand new podcast and music studio, giving those aspiring content creators and local businesses a place to record, edit and create. All of these venues will bring empty units into use and give residents who are crying out for places to visit and things to do in their town centre options and opportunities. This will breathe new life into the town centre and shows that we are leading this new generation with a people-centred approach and ensuring that Basildon becomes a destination and a place to visit. Alongside all of the new, we're also working to restore pride in our history, and we have been working for a number of months to return the Mother and Child Fountain back to its full glory and back up and running. I am aware today that this has already been vandalised, and the bubbles have returned to the fountain. Now, to some, this may be hilarious, this may be funny, but this creates an expensive and costly repair and takes this away from those that will enjoy seeing this landmark return. These acts, like that was just mentioned at the Pitsea CDC, are not okay and are not accepted by this administration and by this council. This will not deter us, and it will continue, and we will continue to push ahead and continue to build and improve Basildon. As was discussed at the last full council, the Wetherspoons is going from strength to strength. And we're supporting the continued recruitment of staff with 40 more vacancies set to be filled in the next couple of weeks. The team at Pathways have worked really hard to help support this recruitment, and interviews will be taking place in the coming weeks. Again, putting local people at the centre of all of this recruitment. We will push on with this regeneration and we will deliver a great future for this borough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown.
I just want to give an announcement about some of the things that we passed at Cabinet this week within my portfolio. They are both Part 2 items, and therefore anything I will say now will not be Part 2 information, and this has been checked, and it is okay for me to say the things I'm about to say this evening. I want to talk, first of all, about what we're doing at Mill Green and the housing scheme there, because we believe in building new homes for Basildon people. Members may be aware that Mills Green was a former play area in Pitsea North West quite some time ago. We have determined that this area of grass would be perfect for the new style of bungalows that we are looking to build. What we will do is we will build 8 new 1-bedroom bungalows, including 2 fully wheelchair accessible units. These areas will be landscaped, and there will be 15 parking spaces as we move forward with the scheme. The design is in line with Greater Essex design scheme, and we've worked hard to ensure that these properties are of gold standard. These types of properties are really in need within our borough. We have all seen who have sat on planning small bungalows become 3-storey homes. And we know that from our local need, that we have on our register at the moment 3,440 households. we have, of those, 1,616 who need one-bedroom accommodation. And we have 83 that are presently requiring ground floor or bungalows accommodation due to medical reasons. We also have at the moment 33 tenants who are looking to downsize if only we had the right properties for them. This is crucial if we are going to enable those families who are on our list waiting for a 2, 3, 4 bedroom home to create that churn so that people can move up the scale. So I really recommend this scheme, and to say that I'm really proud of the fact that as a council we are building the right kinds of homes for people within our borough. Furthermore, many of you might be aware of the Kennel Lane scheme in Billericay. I'm sure we all have different views on how popular or not that might be. But what is really crucial for people to know is the way in which we as a council are purchasing 48 units. Those 48 units will provide a much more secure home for many of those who cannot access the usual housing market. These will be affordable homes for people within the borough. The accommodation will range from 1-bedroom flats to 4-bedroom homes, and it is crucial that we meet that need across the borough for those who live here and want to remain here, and for those in the future who wish to come here. Members are aware that that housing register, as I've just said, has a large number of families. It is clear that as an administration, we are taking our responsibility serious. We build homes, we purchase homes, we provide homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Does the Chairman of Planning, Licensing, Audit, Risk, Standards, Appointments or Appeals Panels have any announcements? Nope. Does the Chief Executive? No. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5, petitions. I have not been notified of any petitions that have been submitted. Moving on to item number 6, the public question time. No public questions have been received. Moving on to item number 7, members' question time. There have been 5 questions submitted by members of the council, and a supplementary question is permitted. There's a time limit of 30 minutes, and then the member who has submitted the question will receive a response in writing. Question number 1, Councillor Andy Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to withdraw all of the Conservative Group's questions tonight, please.
That's fine, thank you. Moving on to urgent questions. Question number 6, Councillor Brockman.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, due to it being directed at the leader and he's not here, I'd like to defer it to the next meeting, please.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor Brockman. Moving on to item number 8, action taken in response to motions agreed at previous meetings. There's a report in the agenda that details summarises the actions taken in response to the resolutions arising from motions at previous council meetings as set out in the council's constitution. This report is received without debate. Item number 9, Regulation 18 consultation on the draft new local plan. I call upon Councillor Adele Brown to present the report. She does not require a seconder and has up to 10 minutes. Councillor Brown, thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, I thought I had to speak on agenda item 8, so that was what was on my screen, so I apologise. So the local plan is back before us, third time lucky when we come to our consultation. So tonight we're discussing, one, in my opinion and many others, one of the most important responsibilities a council has to take on in order to future-proof our borough, in order to think about the way in which we want our borough to look, feel and enable it to grow. I often say it's not just a technical document, but often it can seem that way when you're presented with 1,000 pages to read and look through and understand. But it isn't. It's something that's about our children, where they're going to live, where we're going to work, where some of us in our old age might decide to retire, although I do keep trying to escape back to Yorkshire, plan's not working. But it's a way in which we need to seriously think about the areas that we want to protect, the areas that we want to grow, and where we want those future generations to live and work. The local plan is sometimes referred to as a rule book for development. But it's more than that, it's a map for the future. And at this Reg 18 stage, it's not set in stone, but everything is open for discussion. And I hope tonight that we all come with that kind of attitude, that this is the exact moment that we're going to ask residents, what do you think? We're going to ask businesses, what do you think? Community groups, partners, all stakeholders across this borough. How do you want to shape the next steps and what this borough is going to be like? We all know what happens if you don't have an up-to-date plan. For any of us who have sat on planning in the last 5-10 years, we have seen what happens if we do not have a plan. This report makes it absolutely clear that without a sound plan in place, we remain significantly vulnerable to speculative development. Development that comes forward often in the wrong places, without the infrastructure support fully there, because there is not a coordinated plan that looks collectively at what is happening across our communities. But what does a strong plan do? It protects our neighbourhoods. It protects Greenbelt that has the highest value. It protects our town centres. And it gives a chance to protect the next generation. It gives businesses and investors the certainty they need to bring jobs to this town, to bring training, investment and further opportunities to Basildon Borough. This plan is about fairness. Fairness to our residents who want good homes and good services, and fairness to our businesses who need the land to grow and the opportunity to provide new jobs for the future. It's a plan that is strong, that is proportionate and has up-to-date evidence. One thing that our residents must be clear, that this plan is not about guesswork. It's not about me sat in a room drawing a map and say, I quite fancy building a house there. I quite fancy putting a factory on that bit of Greenbelt. That is not how this plan comes together. This plan has been years in the making. And let's be honest and let's be fair. It's been on the go for the last, 10 years? Councillor Moore previously put in weeks, hours, months of work to get us so far. And a lot of the evidence that is in this is work that he completed in previous years. It's built on one of the most comprehensive evidence bases Basildon has ever produced. The report explains that our plan must be supported by relevant and up-to-date evidence, and that it does. The evidence obviously includes housing. Where does it need to be? Settlement, brownfield analysis, density studies, up-to-date NPPF standard methods and calculations, all which are used universally across our United Kingdom. It looks at employment land and employment needs. What do our retail industry and leisure need? It looks at each of our local centres. It looks at strategic infrastructure and transport evidence, all coming from our different stakeholders, including those within Essex County Council. It looks at our environment and climate. What about our Greenbelt assessment? What about the Grey Belt new rules and regulations coming forward since 2024? It looks at what are the flood risks. It looks at biodiversity, carbon reduction modelling, infrastructure delivery plan. All of this evidence our residents can see and read, and I would actively ask them to do so. We also have additional tests that are required by law. It must have an integrated impact assessment. So what does that mean? It means what is sustainable, what is strategic, what has long-term health impacts, what is that in terms of our habitats across our borough. These are not optional extras, they are statutory safeguards designed to make sure a local plan advances sustainably, protects vulnerable groups, reduces harm and ensures infrastructure keeps pace with development. We've all seen changes to national policy, which is why we're partly having to go through another regulation. It's important that whenever central government give us new legislation, that our plan reflects that in order to be sound and robust and lawful. New methods in terms of calculating housing need, the grey belt, stronger designs, toughness on environment and evidence for the deliverability of those homes have all been included to ensure that this plan is robust and is sound. The report confirms that the plan has been revised specifically to reflect these national changes, and that previous consultation and feedback has also informed some of the changes to this plan. Our plan is not static, it is developing, it is a draft plan, and therefore must reflect the consultations that have gone before. We have responded to these in order to protect our borough and listen to our residents. So we are finally at 18.3. So what does this actually mean for us? I think it's important that we are clear that what it does not mean. It does not mean that tonight I am asking you to approve any allocations for homes or employment land. It does not mean I'm asking you to agree or disagree with the amount of development and where it will go. Nor am I asking you to agree or disagree with the finalised policies or the way in which this proposal has been put forward. What Regulation 18 does do is it presents ideas for debate, here tonight, but also into the wider public. It shares the evidence openly and transparently. It asks residents what they think, what is important to them. Is it homes? Is it jobs? Is it greenbelt? Is it parks? Is it floods? What are they interested in, and why does it matter to them and their families? It also invites alternatives. It strengthens the next draft plan and moves us forward to Regulation 19. So we need to be clear. It must be open to adjusting its approach based on feedback. That is what the legislation asks us to do. So this is exactly what we are doing tonight. We are saying, as a council, that we are ready to move forward and ask our residents, what do you think? What is important to you and your family? To our businesses, what is important to you to enable you to continue to provide jobs in this borough? I know that many of it is contentious and much of it has disagreement. Tonight is a time to encourage our residents, our stakeholders, our businesses to engage and to therefore be able to consult with us and to inform as we move forward to Reg 19. It's important that everyone has their say, that we don't just listen to the loudest voices, the most well-resourced voices, but every voice within this borough has its say. We know that before it was very, the last two consultations have been really popular and really well attended. We had over 28,000 visits to the Commonplace consultation site. We had almost 10,000 contributions and almost 3,000 members of our borough right now subscribe to receive updates on those consultations. Moving forward, we know that we can do more. We will have those live events again. Each of our chairs of our area committees have been consulted about where those are to take place and when, and those are now coming forward. We want to see as many comments as possible. We want to assure residents that each of these will be logged and that each of these will go forward and form the evidence base for the next stage. That is democracy in action. I need to skip a little bit, Alan. I'll skip a bit towards the end. I can tell that you're beeping me now.
I'll give you a little bit of leeway.
It's all right, I've about 3 more pages, so I'll get to the end. Tonight, it's not about final choices, guys. It's really not. It's about giving every resident, every business, every stakeholder a shape in the future choices ahead. We have a legal duty, but also a moral one, to ask our residents what they think. We need to do this responsibly. We need to listen, we need to engage, and we need to ensure that we are transparent in all we do. We need to build a borough that my grandchildren will be proud to live in. We need to ensure that we all have that future. So I ask Council tonight not to approve a plan, but to approve a consultation that will move us forward. Because no plan is ever perfect, and the only way it becomes better is by those listening and by us all engaging and being willing and open to do so. A local plan built with residents is always stronger than a local plan built without them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. At the microphone. The matter is now open for debate. Councillor Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My old friend, Councillor Mrs. Brown, I know she doesn't enjoy public speaking, so I congratulate her. She did rather well, and she took us on a very vivid journey, and I wish I could follow. She and I have long been fellow travellers on the bumpy road of planning, but alas, rarely headed in the same direction, and tonight's no exception. She invites us to support another Reg 18 consultation, not as an endorsement of her plan, but on the principle of consulting the public. It's a nice try, but no dice. She's not naive. She knows full well that voting for this consultation tacitly endorses the plan. Who'd vote to consult on a plan they thought was no good? I don't think it's a good plan, so I cannot endorse it. Of course, it doesn't need my support. You've got the votes, and the consultation will go ahead, and I certainly encourage residents to respond, despite the apparent pointlessness in doing so. There's a clear point of difference between them and us. When we had a Conservative government asking us to build too many houses, the previous Conservative administration replied, no. Now this Labour government are asking us to build too many houses. This Labour administration replies, how high, how far, how wide? The root of this difference is simple. Members opposite fundamentally agree with the government. They believe there's a housing crisis and the way out of it is to build, baby, build. I can respect that. I believe there's a housing crisis. I just believe it's primarily an affordability crisis, and I don't believe simply building thousands of homes will solve it. There are many who believe increasing supply alone will bring down prices, but I see no evidence to support it. The housing crisis has many drivers, of which supply is just one. We won't solve our problems, and we're sacrificing much irreplaceable, productive, arable land vital to our future food security. Fundamentally, it's the wrong solution for the wrong problem. I'm not without sympathy or fellow feeling for Councillor Brown. It's not really her fault. I mean, it is up to a point. But she's a true believer, tragically. She thinks all this stuff will work. But the fact remains, she couldn't produce a good plan even if she wanted to. The local plan preparation process and the national planning policy framework won't let you produce a sound plan that actually safeguards the character and sustainability of communities. All it's designed to do is set out a blueprint to achieve a largely arbitrary housing target, the objectively assessed need, which is neither objective nor meaningly assessed nor something we need. It's a wildly inflated figure derived from an algorithm combining supposition and guesswork and calling them projections that allows political expediency to masquerade as necessity, producing a housing requirement several orders of magnitude beyond what we need to cater our own organic growth and reasonable inward migration. Instead, we're paying the price for Sir Sadiq Khan's failure to build homes needed in London. He's been let off the hook and housing problems pushed out into the home counties. And if you resist Greenbelt development, it just gets reclassified as Greybelt. Developers propose plans to chuck up hundreds of flats in town centres but claim lack of viability to provide affordable housing. Put a Greenbelt site in play, they throw oodles of affordable units at you to make Greybelt golden rules. Much of the affordable housing, of course, remains entirely unaffordable to most of our residents. Difficult decisions around infrastructure are ducked. Instead, we get wishy-washy 106 agreements for financial contributions developers will wriggle out of. The system is broke. It don't work, certainly not for those aspiring to home ownership. We've told successive ministers in governments of both colours the system needs reform. In the face of complacent inertia, we've two choices. Capitulate and play along, close our eyes to what's in front of us, or resist, say no. Continue to bang the drum for sanity on behalf of those who elect us. And if the government turn a deaf ear and impose those houses on us, well, I'd rather go down swinging than roll over and have my tummy tickled. I know my choice. Others will have to make theirs and answer to the electorate for their decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baggott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, if you build a house on sand, you shouldn't really be surprised if it falls down at some point. And in the same way, this local plan is structurally flawed. And because it's structurally flawed, it creates a problem. Now, this is a call to arms, as Councillor Schreider said and as Councillor Brown said. It's a call to arms to everybody to respond, that is listening to residents, to everybody to give their input as to what they believe about the local plan. Unfortunately, I don't really have a lot of faith in this administration actually listening to what the public have to say, and there is evidence to back that up. I don't really have any faith. I think the residents also, to an extent, when they watch succession after succession of planning committees that are clearly biased and predetermined in the decisions they make. So
Mayor, we cannot have
the
that.
residents, so the residents, so the residents.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Baggott.
So
that could land you in hot water. Would you like to withdraw that remark about it being pre-planned?
I can't really withdraw it because it's what residents are saying to me. It's what residents are saying they have evidenced. And all I am passing on to members here is what
No, we won't have a conversation. Thank you. Councillor, just take some more advice. Bear with me a moment. Your time has been paused.
How dare you? We all know what used to go on in your group, where you used to actually whip your councillors.
We never ever whipped.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown. Oh.
No, I know better than you.
Yeah, he's not going to then. Thank you. Councillor Baggott, I am asking you to formally withdraw that remark.
I will formally withdraw that remark.
Thank you,
for
Councillor
the
Baggott.
ability to continue to have a democracy and continue to say what I wish to say.
Thank you, Councillor
formally
Baggott. You may
withdraw.
continue your speech.
Residents do not have any faith in their ability to contribute to the planning process. So I am urging those residents that have lost that faith to actually still persevere, because to do nothing is actually effectively giving credence to the local plan that is being laid out here. And the reason it's flawed is because we know you've only got to live in this borough to know that the infrastructure of this borough is creaking already, massively creaking. Roads that are actually jam-packed come school time, roads that are jam-packed at work time, roads that are jam-packed on the way to work. Residents find it very difficult to get from point A to point B how they would aspire to get there. We know that there are doctor surgeries have closed, and that's had an impact upon waiting times and waiting lists for residents at GP surgeries. We know, because I've evidenced it myself, that pharmacists are, as they said to me, we are drowning in the amount of work that we are having to do and the amount of prescriptions we are getting through because of the increase in the population within the borough. So the infrastructure is failing. We put infrastructure at the heart of the local plan. We were very clear the local plan would be labelled infrastructure first. Officers told us that that wouldn't be a problem. The aspiration was that in future at a planning committee, no developer would come to a planning committee unless they could prove they had the evidence of providing that infrastructure before even a spade went into the ground. And there's been a seismic change in that, because now it's all about, well, infrastructure when it's needed. The fact of the matter is, when infrastructure is needed, the time lag for that compared to reality are poles apart. People have children, and it takes a while for those children to grow up, and they come. But even when those children are growing up, or if somebody moves here with children, they can't find a space. I've spoken to residents that are having to send their children to 2 different schools, which creates all sorts of problems with regards to school holidays being staggered and everything else, and how they manage getting those children to school on time when they're at different locations. So the idea that infrastructure is working here is not right. Residents know that the infrastructure is failing, and yet they see nothing within this developer's charter of a local plan to actually redress that particular balance. Only a few years ago, we had a meeting at the Sporting Village, and this was when this administration threw in its mad idea about scattering travellers across the borough like fairy dust and attaching them to developments across the borough. Travellers on that evening said, "We do not want this. This is not good for our community. We don't think it'll work." The Saddle community said, "We don't want this. We don't think it will work." So where was the listening when they've actually through the back door snuck in that traveller sites are now going to be attached to new developments? So when they say they're going to listen, I have zero faith in the ability to follow through on that. I have zero faith on this local plan, which is a developer's charter rather than a plan and vision for growth and to benefit residents and businesses. And I have zero faith in this administration taking things forward. However, despite that, I would still endorse residents. Please, 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 throw your pennies in, show that you've actually are continuing to fight that good fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baggett. Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that we're talking about a consultation tonight and not the final plan, but the options that are available to residents give us a very good idea of what the final plan is going to look like, and the limitations of a consultation will always give you a flavour of what is to come. Now, to be clear, I am not an anti-development councillor. I've always accepted that we need some degree of greenbelt reform. It should not be a shock, in my view, to anybody that a policy designed and implemented in the 1940s is no longer suitable for the society we live in today. Times have changed, people's needs have changed, and with that, a sensible and limited review of the greenbelt is both necessary and probably overdue. I've never accepted the argument that there is no demand for housing. For me, that is plainly nonsense. There is demand for housing across the country, and particularly in areas like Billericay, Basildon and Wickford. These are places with excellent transport links to London, strong local economies, good schools and communities where people genuinely want to live. And I see no reason why the next generation should be denied the same opportunities that previous generations have enjoyed the ability to live, work and raise families in our towns. So yes, we do need development, but we need the right development, not a free-for-all. And that leads us to the fundamental problem with the consultation before us tonight. What is being proposed is a sledgehammer approach, a blunt, excessive, poorly considered expansion that completely disregards the needs and concerns of local people. It simply bolts vast areas of development onto our towns without a credible or deliverable infrastructure plan. Someone clearly agrees.
Hello. Would you like to pause a moment, Councillor Barnes, whilst... Is it muted? All right. Thank you. Councillor Barnes, you return to your speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I was rudely interrupted. I have concerns with the plan with regards to infrastructure. In my view, it amounts to little more than we'll sort it out later, trust us. I'm sorry, that's not going to be enough to reassure residents that the new homes will be supported by new schools, new doctors' surgeries and community facilities. Securing infrastructure from developers is already difficult under the best of circumstances. And if we pass a local plan with such vague, soft infrastructure requirements, we will end up in a situation where congestion gets worse, service provision declines, and the lived experience of residents is adversely affected. And let's talk about the numbers. When I returned to the council, we were talking about 23,000 homes. I remember saying, slightly glibly at the time, I'll admit, what's next? 25,000, 28,000, 30, 34. I didn't expect, I must confess, that prediction to become a reality. And yet here we are, barely a year later, and we are staring down the barrel of 28,000 homes. potentially 29,000 in practice. The windfall allowance has been slashed, and it feels like Sadiq Khan need only snap his fingers and will be expected to deliver another 2,000 to 3,000 homes. When we were in administration and our own government tried to force unreasonable development proposals on us, we pushed back. We stood up for this borough, we said no. We pushed back so strongly that we got a very angry and quite scary letter from the Secretary of State, and yet tonight we are being asked to endorse a consultation on a plan that is even more excessive than what we previously rejected. Now, I understand that there is an ideological divide here. I appreciate the argument that some members opposite are making. You're not building these houses because you have to, you're building them because you want to. You want to dramatically expand Billericay, Wickford and Pitsea, and as usual with Labour, it seems more about dragging successful communities down rather than lifting everyone else up. And our responsibility as councillors is to protect the next generation, to ensure they inherit towns that are livable, well planned and properly supported. What this plan does is lumber them with ridiculously congested, overwhelmed services and infrastructure that is already creaking at the seams. London currently has hundreds of thousands of empty or underused properties, but rather than tackling that challenge, this plan places the burden squarely on places like Basildon, Billericay and Wickford. It is unfair, unbalanced and unnecessary. There are better approaches. There are alternatives to this blunt instrument of development. What we need is strategic, balanced, infrastructure-led growth, not a reckless dash for numbers. If this administration can produce a consultation on the local plan that offers a better approach, then it will have my support. But until then, with regret, I will vote against this proposal tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the Council that a scrutiny committee's role is to review and improve the performance of public services by acting as a critical friend to the executive, monitoring decisions, gathering evidence and making recommendations to full council. A scrutiny committee provides a democratic check and balance on executive decision making. A scrutiny committee has the legal power to, for example, require that the council makes information available to it, both in the form of written reports and by officer and cabinet member attendance at committee meetings. The Regeneration and Economic Development Scrutiny Committee, held on September the 23rd, included at item 5 of the agenda a report to the Community and Partnership Scrutiny Committee, when in fact we were sitting as the Regeneration and Economic Development Scrutiny Committee. However, having established we were in fact sitting as the Regeneration and Economic Development Committee, we proceeded to item 5 of the agenda, which was the update on draft local plan. As the item was to scrutinise the update on draft local plan, the committee was surprised that the only items of the draft local plan available for us to scrutinise were Policy R1, Development of Basildon Town Centre, Policy D1, Development, Design and Place Shaping, Policy D2, Major Developments, Design and Policy, and HE1, Conserving and Enhancing the Historic Environment. Unfortunately, the Cabinet Member for Housing, Strategic Planning and Infrastructure did not attend the meeting, which, Mr. Mayor, was understandable as we were only looking at 4 policies. Mr. Mayor, out of 102 policies, scrutiny was only allowed to scrutinise 4 of them.
Shame.
When challenged on this, officers stated that members did not need to worry, as members would have an opportunity to comment on the full draft plan during the public consultation, as members of the public rather than elected members of the scrutiny committee. The minutes of the meeting clearly state that, and I quote, it was clarified that the outstanding policies would be brought before the committee for scrutiny when they were ready. Mr. Mayor, no further scrutiny committee has been held on this subject before tonight's council meeting, where we are expected to approve the draft local plan to go out to public consultation, when members have not had the opportunity to scrutinise the complete draft local plan before it is presented to full council. Let me remind members of the Basildon Council Constitution. Article 6 deals with overview and scrutiny, and point 2, general rules of the scrutiny function, includes, and I quote, to advise on policy development and review as appropriate, to provide advice and make recommendations where appropriate to the Cabinet before decisions are made. And we must remember that scrutiny committees have to discharge the functions confirmed by Section 21 of the Local Government Act 2000, specifically at Section 9F of the Act, which states that executive arrangements must include the provision of overview and scrutiny committees, and those committees must have power to review or scrutinise decisions made or other actions taken in connection with the discharge of any functions which are the responsibility of the executive. Clearly, the scrutiny function failed in this instance because scrutiny was only asked to review 4 policies out of 102. The other policies were not made available to scrutiny before coming to this meeting of full council for approval. Mr. Mayor, it is a disappointing failure of process and, to be frank, an absolute disgrace. Members and officers need to understand the issues regarding scrutiny outlined in the Thurrock Council Best Value Report of May 2023, which found scrutiny at Thurrock Council to be ineffective. It did not add value to the work of the authority, and there was a lack of regard for the role of scrutiny. Basildon Council needs to embrace the learnings from Thurrock to improve the scrutiny process of this council. I'm being deadly serious. I cannot support the recommendation to approve the local plan for public consultation for the reasons I've outlined. It is very clear that the administration has failed to follow due process in this instance, and the democratic check and balance on executive decision making has been missed completely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor McGeorge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was trying to be patient. But I'm just going to start. We don't listen to our residents. Bins. Yep. Streetlights. The item. We could be here a while. Right. The item.
I mean, seriously.
Right, the item before us is not for us to discuss as councillors what we like or dislike about the plan. This is about ensuring that our residents, the people who we represent, get their say. One of the things...
Yep.
Pardon? When do they get their say? Well, funnily enough, when it goes out for consultation. No, don't bother engaging. One of the things we've said from day one is that infrastructure is key to our local plan. It's all well and good building houses for our residents, but if we don't build the services they require to thrive, then what are we doing? The plan acknowledges that parts of our highway network are already reaching the point of being overrun. So we need to make sure that whilst building our houses, there are other options for people who are able to use them. We're currently including new and improved footpaths and cycling routes connecting homes to key services, access to public transport within 400 metres of new developments, partnerships with bus and rail providers to enhance capability and reliability, an infrastructure that promotes a shift away from private car use and supports healthier, greener travel. We all know how important it is to be able to access school provisions across the borough. Our residents deserve schools that aren't overcrowded, schools that are close enough for children to reach by foot, bike or by bus. We all know the issues outside parking with schools. And learning environments that reflect modern standards and future needs. Having access to a local school should not be a luxury, it's a basic need, and without it, development is not sustainable and communities cannot thrive. This plan also recognises healthcare as a critical form of community infrastructure. New growth will place additional demand on GP surgeries, clinics and healthcare services. This is why the local plan requires developers to fund or deliver new healthcare facilities through the Section 106 agreements. This will mean new primary healthcare services, new community health buildings and new multi-use medical facilities. Residents deserve timely access to healthcare, and a plan with strong infrastructure ensures that that need is met. When we plan infrastructure properly with schools, healthcare, safe streets, footpaths, bus routes, parks and utilities, we are investing in the residents' well-being, opportunities and quality in life. This plan makes one thing clear: infrastructure is not an afterthought. It's the foundation of sustainable growth and a better future for our borough. By delivering the right infrastructure fairly and in partnership, we ensure that every new home and every new development strengthens our borough rather than strains it. Why would you take the opportunity for our residents away from being able to consult on a plan?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and get through this one without coughing. Tonight is an important opportunity to move forward with a draft local plan that not only guides our borough's future, but does so with clarity, ambition and a genuine commitment to sustainable prosperity. It's an invitation to our residents, our businesses and all of our partners to help shape a future grounded in economic resilience and social well-being. This draft local plan represents a holistic approach, and it must be sustainable, it must be inclusive and it must support the long-term health of our communities, and that is exactly what this plan aims to deliver. As well as homes, which we've spoken about to access tonight, it takes decisive action to protect and enhance our existing employment areas. It safeguards key sites for office space, industrial uses and for storage and distribution, and we're ensuring that both existing and new businesses have the stable foundation they need to thrive within our borough. Secondly, the plan provides for new employment land. This is not growth for growth's sake. This is targeted provision to support the sectors that keep our borough competitive. These new spaces will allow innovation, encourage investment and create the conditions for high quality employment across a range of industries. Economic land alone does not create prosperity. We need the connectivity, and this plan puts real emphasis on ensuring that employment areas are linked to our communities. Exactly. Crucially, sustainable economic growth is about people, and that is why this plan supports the training and the education of local residents, ensuring they have the skills needed not only to enter the workforce, but to stay, grow and succeed within it. By locating professional and vocational training facilities in accessible places, we are building a stronger, more adaptable workforce for the future. These principles align closely with the ambitions of the Council's economic development strategy, and the local plan provides the tools to turn those ambitions into a reality. We support innovation, investment and long-term resilience. And finally, I want to highlight one of the most transformative elements of this vision, the regeneration of Basildon Town Centre. This is about more than redevelopment, it's reinvigoration. A vibrant town centre will act as a catalyst for economic growth, generating new jobs, attracting businesses and creating a plan which people really want to live in and want to work and want to spend time in this borough. This is an investment at the heart of the borough and a key driver for our future. This draft local plan represents balance, it represents ambition and it represents responsibility. With this consultation, we're giving our community the chance to engage fully, to offer ideas, to raise concerns and to help refine a plan that aims to secure sustainable economic growth for decades to come. This is our opportunity to show leadership and to embrace a forward-looking vision and ensure that our borough continues to thrive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to speak tonight directly to the people of Pitsea, to our residents, families, business owners and young people, because this is your moment to shape the future of our town. We are at a critical stage in developing the new local plan, and this isn't just a technical document, it's the blueprint for how Pitsea will grow, change and thrive over the next decade. It affects everything, from housing and transport to green spaces, schools, shops and community services. But here's the challenge. Pitsea currently has the lowest response rate to consultations. That means our voices, your voices, aren't being heard as loudly as they should. And I know that's not because we don't care. I speak to residents every day who are passionate about improving our roads, protecting our parks, making our town centre more vibrant and ensuring our children have safe spaces to play and learn. So I'm asking you, I'm urging you to take just a few minutes to complete the consultation. Tell us what matters to you. What do you want Pitsea to look like in 5, 10, 20 years? What do you want to preserve and what do you want to change? This is your chance to say, we need better transport links, we want more affordable housing, we deserve safer streets and cleaner public spaces. We want investment that reflects our needs. If we don't speak up, decisions will be made without us, and I know Pitsea deserves better than that. So please, take part in the consultation, encourage your friends and families. Let's make sure Pitsea's voice is strong, clear and impossible to ignore.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Journet.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So this draft local plan, Mr. Mayor, that we've seen over the last few weeks is absolutely disastrous for our borough. Residents have made their voices heard. 29,000 homes being built with 19,000 being built on the Greenbelt. I'm sorry, that is not what they want. But let me tell you some facts, Mr. Mayor. The last 24 planning committees in a row, Labour have voted the same each time. That's facts. No, I'm making some facts.
Thank you,
That's facts.
Councillor Journet.
I'm not making any accusations,
You're not-
I'm saying facts. The last 24 planning applications have gone through and Basel and Labour have voted the same.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to pause you there. You are not allowed to insinuate that there's been any whipping on
I'm not
a
insinuating
planning
any
committee.
whipping, I'm stating
You may
facts
continue
today, Mr. Mayor.
under that understanding, but
Fine.
I would reserve the right to stop you from speaking if I think it urges into that territory.
Fine. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So it's very clear for Buzz and Labour that it's build, baby, build, with zero empathy for residents. But what makes residents think you're going to listen this time? You haven't for the last 18 months. Now, this local plan is a sham, okay? Basel, Labour are a sham. And voting on this tonight shafts every single resident who opposes building on the Greenbelt. Now, we don't need 29,000 new homes. We need to listen to residents. That is what we need to do. That is a fact. And therefore, it cannot be supported because Labour cannot be trusted now or in the future. This leaves Basel and Borough residents up a creek without a paddle, or a school, or a GP. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jeffrey.
See, I've interrupted the chat, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not remotely surprised to see this administration pressing ahead with these housing numbers. I'm actually going to mention Labour's friend, Sadiq Khan. What we're someone should. So what we're actually looking at. He does actually. He does.
He writes your speeches.
He seems to. So.
Right, that needs to stop. Thank you, councillors. Continue, Councillor Jeffrey. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Sadiq's probably messaging them to say, please challenge them when they say it. Anyway, so just to say, he's actually been rewarded for not delivering his houses. And now let's just look at the pressures that have been forced onto areas like us in the home counties. So actually the question here is relatively straightforward. Can Wickford take what is being proposed? Residents already know the answer. They sit in the traffic every morning. They queue outside GP surgeries hoping for an appointment. They see schools stretched
And this is actually under a Labour government elected on the promise of fixing these very things. They've had more than enough time to start to get on top of them, these issues, yet things get worse and not better. And yet the numbers still rise, while the infrastructure remains little more than warm words and distant aspirations. Most of Wickford's access roads are already at capacity, and that's before a single one of these additional grey belt homes is even built. And on this so-called grey belt, just take one recent example, land south of the Wick, where 302 homes have been given outline permission, but this is actually classed as strongly performing green belt in the newly published 2025 study, but was part as grey belt with the golden rules. I find that quite interesting. So what exactly is this grey belt system meant to be? Or is it a tool to rubber stamp development first and justify it later? It certainly isn't protecting the land that residents assumed was safe, land meant to prevent sprawl and preserve the openness of the countryside. Now let's look at H17. It's been pushed to 1,300 homes, yet there is still no provision to expand the Wick Country Park in this plan, something residents have repeatedly called for, and something that is needed if we are to keep any balance with the development proposed on this side of Wickford. Now, having worked closely with residents on a campaign to defeat some of these proposals, I'm pleased officers have dropped the 1,000 homes proposed in H16. The 2025 Greenbelt study actually left little room for doubt. The development to the south and southwest of Wickford would create a near-continuous mass of settlement and fundamentally undermine core Greenbelt purposes. This wasn't a planning judgment, it was common sense, and that's sadly where the sense runs out. We know some of the applications already approved sit within the highest performing Greenbelt parcels. That pattern has been clear since May 2024. And while other towns have some headroom in their allocation, Wickford is pushed right to the limit, expected to deliver the maximum each site can physically take, unless that's yet another typo. Meanwhile, the NPPF says brownfield first, yet this plan reads like the opposite. Greenfields first and infrastructure whenever it might arrive. This plan is far from perfect. It delivers one thing above all else, a steady, interrupted process of concreting over Wickford's Greenbelt. Residents can see it plainly. Consultation after consultation after consultation until people are worn down, clearing the path for yet more loss and edging Wickford ever closer to merging with Basildon. Now, I cannot support a plan that puts Wickford at breaking point. Our town deserves better than becoming an overflow for London's failures and this administration's desire to keep its Westminster colleagues happy. And just on one point on the cycle paths, the residents will have to use the cycle paths and footpaths to get their cars from the traffic jams. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
The main event. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, has anybody mentioned yet that Labour administration, with the support of their independent allies, are building Basildon homes for Sadiq Khan? I don't know if that point's been made. I don't know if that point been made, but that's exactly what this plan does. And why would we support going out on a consultation with a flawed plan? And we know it's a flawed plan. And incidentally, do we need a plan at all? Because the planning committee has been rubber stamping Greenbelt applications forever, since this administration took over. Now, it is fact that Sadiq Khan has had his numbers reduced by 25%. And not only that, of that 25%, only 20% are affordable. Does anybody know how many houses he built last year? Sorry, or this year? It's 19. That's the amount of homes. And it isn't just Basildon Borough that is feeling the draft of a failure of a London mayor to deliver for his residents. It's all the home counties. We're just one of them. And we know 30,000 homes in Basildon Borough isn't sustainable. It isn't deliverable, other than the fact that you can deliver it come what may, when you've got no infrastructure. And that's effectively what we're going to have. And we know this is a flawed plan. As has already been said, we were told that we had the government waiting outside the doors to come in and take over our planning function. Well, in some ways, I wish they had. I wish they had. But we stood our ground and we turned Gove over. In fact, we turned 2 ministers over, not just Gove. And the reason we did that was because the plan was flawed, and it was flawed at 20-odd thousand. When I was leader, we had 15, and it was 12,000 was sort of identified as growth within the borough. The balance of 3,000 was because we had migration primarily through European Union. That grew to 20,000. And the reason was, again, because the extra was through the European Union. Now, forgive me, but I don't think we're in the European Union anymore. Hasn't that gone away? Seemingly not. Because now we've got a number which is 30,000. And that number is not evidenced. There is no evidence for that number other than a government in Westminster saying, you, Basildon, are going to take 30,000. Basildon residents do not need 30,000 homes for their demographic growth. That is a fact. So what we're left with is building homes for Sadiq Khan so that they can migrate out of London because he can't get his act together. Let's talk about infrastructure. And what we've heard tonight is a good resume of what a local plan should do. You can't argue with that. That's what we should be doing in a local plan. But in terms of infrastructure, I'm going to leave out healthcare. Let's just talk about roads. We know from a plan that said 15,000, we know from a plan that said 20,000, it isn't sustainable. And now we've got 30,000. You can tweak roundabout, you can tweak junctions. What you can't do is you can't deliver the massive infrastructure that we need to be able to get people around the borough. And it isn't just us, because we take 30,000 and Castle Point take their amount, and then Brentwood take theirs. The accumulative effect is going to be gridlock. Yeah, and I'm probably over-dramatising it, but you get the message. Thank you. The message is, this is unsustainable. And rather than go back to the government and say, we can't deliver this amount, and forgive me, but I'm not just talking from a Billericay point of view. If you look at the plan that's going out for consultation, it is a nightmare. If you take particularly down in Pitsea, Bowles Gifford, it's going to be a hopeless case, an absolute hopeless case. And okay, so we're going to build footpaths, we're going to build cycle paths. That isn't going to create the infrastructure we need. Because what we do is we abandon all reality and we say, oh, people aren't going to use their cars in future, they're going to walk or they're going to cycle. It's not going to happen. And what we do is we just give ourselves a problem for those grandchildren that Councillor Brown's talking about, because they're the ones that are going to inherit this mess, and it will be too late. So let's not put the plan out. Let's go back to the Labour government and say this isn't going to work. It's as simple as that. Mayor, if we get the opportunity, we will take another look at it again, of course. So as for consultation, the residents don't want this plan. They don't want your plan. And they certainly don't want 30,000 homes in Basildon Borough for Sadiq Khan. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Could you turn your mic off, please, Councillor Turner?
I have to.
I hope you will. Thank you. Councillor Brockman.
Okay, well, I wasn't going to make a speech tonight. I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to sit here and enjoy the ride. But I've had to change my mind. So I haven't got anything prepared, so I do apologise to you. It's nice to realise that Councillor Turner actually was listening to the speeches on Friday night, and he did hear the number 19. Was it Sadiq Khan you said? I can't remember. Anyway, most of you in here probably don't know that I used to live in Australia. And one thing you will find over there, before anyone is allowed to move in a house on any development, there has to be the schools, the GPs, the hospitals, dentists, jobs and roads for everyone to use. You cannot move anyone in. Even the shops have to have staff in them ready for those first residents to move in. That might be something we should think about. Only just recently, in the last couple of weeks, a planning application was passed in Shopgate. 250 homes, was it, Trevor? This planning application has gone through, and now we found out that the railway people are going to take down the bridge and shut the bridge off. So the kids are not going to be able to cross to go to school safely. They're going to have to walk along the road, which is a really dangerous road, could put their lives at risk, and I'll be speaking about that at the next full council. The public consultation, I would like to ask if we can defer this until the next, we'll have another meeting on this before we go to a public consultation. Planning. Now, I'm not going to say about anybody doing whatever. I'm not going to chuck any accusations around. But what I have found out is that certain developers are coming along, getting their planning applications, not doing anything with it and selling the property on again with the planning permission because they can't afford to start the developments, which has happened recently. I'm really disgusted and I won't be voting for this. I'm not. I'm sorry. Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's polite to always say thank you to people who've made this process, be it under this administration and the previous administration, bearable. Councillor Moore and Councillor Brown. And I say that for those who remember the 17-18 municipal year, how we can't get a claim for PTSD. Basically, right, those will remember that. This question being put to members tonight is very, very simple. Do we let the people decide through a consultation and make the evidence? The points Councillor Jeffries made, I say this through the chair in case someone says that through the chair, he made a very good, eloquent point. I don't know if that stands water, but you and your residents can use if it's agreed tonight, this process to do that. If we go, no, don't like a local plan, we could have had 18,000 homes, it's gone up to 20 something, now 28,000. You know, what do you think Westminster's going to do? They're just going to send their Westminster Wallies down, right? Build. Or we can agree tonight to let the people not only say, but make their representations. That's what it's about tonight. If we say, no, we're not doing nothing, Westminster steps in, the Westminster Wallies come down, Jack Boots, they will do exactly what they want. They will not listen to our residents. So this is why this has to pass tonight. So the public can say. Councillor Brown has said to me that the 6 area committees, like this time last year, the area committee chairman will be asked where they would like the venues, and there will be public meetings there so the residents can have their say, collect the evidence. If you think that site shouldn't be built on, that site shouldn't have this site shouldn't have that, don't say you don't like it, say why not? As Councillor Brockman said about that railway line bridge, had we got a local plan agreed and it wasn't binned out in March 22, we could have been there. When the previous local plan was before council in March 22, both I and Councillor Jack Ferguson reached out to the Conservative leadership and saying, look, we're not bold, we're not very happy with this, but we know it is better if you go to a gunfight with a gun rather than sticking your finger like that. And regrettably, we supported them, but the Conservatives were split down the middle. They've got their reasons, I'm not seeking to have a go. And we're in this situation tonight of having to do more houses. So this is the question we're being asked tonight. Let the people speak, let the people make their evidence, because if it goes to the Whitehall Wallies, we get none. And when that previous local plan was binned, I make reference to the comments made by Councillor Baggott, saying about the extra traveller provision. Now, why do we have that extra traveller provision? Oh, is it that Essex County Council, when asked, went, you can take some of our travellers? Now, had we agreed Richard Moore's local plan in March 22 and proceeded with it and got it adopted, County Hall couldn't have poked their nose in. And as for the point that Councillor Jeffries made about the cycle pass and that, here are some good news. In May 2028, there'll be lots of for sale signs up outside County Hall. I hope it becomes a nice knocking shop or temporary accommodation for Newham Council. Wouldn't that be lovely? And in conclusion, I think the Conservatives should have picked, and I say this with all sincerity, to Councillor Phil Turner, because I think if he would be the Mayor of Essex in May, he'd make that eloquent argument that you should abolish the Mayor of London, and you should have done it in 14 years like Mrs Thatcher did the last time. I've been an advocate of that. No. And more importantly, he would have been a representative who uses the A127. The present leadership at County think the A12 is the road to Bethlehem. It's paved with gold. You know, the 127 is gridlock. Basildon is the second biggest economy on the Thames. And with County, where is the A127? Never heard of it, doesn't matter. It's the A12, the A12, the A12. When we need a good mayor, hopefully, whatever party rosette they are, to speak up for Basildon. And you should put up for it, Councillor Phil Turner. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. That concludes the debate. I'll ask Councillor Brown to wind up for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Let's get back to some actual reality. If people can stop talking and being rude and actually listen. Thank you. So let's think about actual reality. We all know our local numbers have changed as various governments have changed the way in which they look at growth, the way they look at housing numbers and how that is calculated. But we also know over time our housing need has increased as our population has increased and as our position within Essex and growth has changed. Excuse me. I'm not even going to respond to that. It's pathetic. So let's think about some of the concerns that have been raised tonight. Councillor Schrader started, I'm not going to mention many councillors, but Councillor Schrader was saying at the beginning that more supply is not in any way going to change the affordability. Now, as many of you know, I've been an economics teacher for a long time, and my basic GCSE kids can tell you if you increase supply, price comes down. It's not difficult, Councillor Schrader. This is one of the most comprehensive, evidence-based local plans that Basildon has ever produced. Many people here tonight have said there isn't the evidence there for population numbers. There's not the evidence there that we need more employment land. There's not the evidence there that there's any infrastructure. There's not the evidence there that the green belt has been looked at. Have you read the evidence base? We have a report on each of these things. It's important that our residents know that the evidence is there, that the explanation of how that evidence has been gathered, the partners that we have been working with are there. It's not about guesswork. It's not about politics and whose housing numbers we are or we aren't taking. We have followed the legislation. We have done what is legally and technically required. And that is why I am confident that this plan has evidence, thank you, and is robust. Now, we can decide to do what you did before. Throw the plan out, get intervened, receive various letters from different government ministers, and decide that we're going to say, look, we're just going to ignore you. But we do not think that that is a good plan. We know this borough needs more homes. We know businesses need more employment land. We know we need more infrastructure. Councillor Bagger is always going on about the fact we need infrastructure first. Earlier, some of you mentioned my grandchildren, as I often do. I'm not out there buying a 3-year-old a school uniform for Billericay School that they're not going to need till they're 11. You don't do things until the point is needed of delivery. If you look at the infrastructure delivery plan, it tells you what infrastructure we need, at what point, depending on the amount of homes we've extended, where they are, where the employment land has grown, where businesses have grown, and what that looks like across this borough. It is not about saying, in 25 years' time, I need 3 schools. What a waste of money. Should we not be delivering them as we need them? Lots of you, I get, in parts of the borough are not completely happy with the way in which some of our greenbelt is going to change. But let us be clear tonight. What we have seen happening to our greenbelt has not been planned, has not had the infrastructure delivered with it, because it didn't have to. We didn't have a... Councillor Myers, can you please listen? There are residents trying to understand this plan. Thank you.
Detention.
Can I just ask everyone
Every
to...
time-
Councillor Brown, thank you. Just ask everyone just to civilly listen to the end of the speech. Thank you. Then we can vote.
We know that for a long time, as Councillor Barnes recognised, Greenbelt legislation was out of date. Subsequent governments of all colours have looked at what is the purpose of the Greenbelt and how can it serve 21st, 22nd century communities. And that's what our Greenbelt study does. You know, Councillor Jeffrey quite rightly pointed out that some of the Greenbelt study now highlights some land that previously, without a local plan to protect it, could be built on. We have recognised that priority is brownfield. We want to optimise urban areas. But we also know that by looking at the most precious, the most valued greenbelt land that performs the strongest, that is the land we should be protecting. But if you are asking me not to build more homes for the future, if you are asking me not to provide employment land for more jobs, if you are asking me to ignore our infrastructure plan that we have as part of that body of evidence, then no, I'm not going to do that. We need to, at this time, trust our residents, trust our businesses, allow them to have their say. We will then listen to them, we will then work with them, and we will ensure, just as those people did 75 years ago, when this town did not exist, no one said then, oh, we can't build that many houses. Oh, no, we can't build roads. We don't know how to build schools. There's no way we could build a hospital. They said, people of the future need communities to live in, and we will provide them. The Labour government did it then. This Labour administration will do it again. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations are on page 38 as set out in the agenda. Recommendations 1, 2 and 3. All those in favour, please indicate. Please hold them high.
Mr Mayor, should Councillor Turner be taking photos of members in the chamber?
All those against, please show.
Denying residents the opportunity to speak, you should be ashamed.
Thank you. Any abstentions? Please show if you're abstaining. Thank you. That vote is carried. Thank you. I'll tell you later. Item number 10. Bowers Gifford and North Benfleet Parish Council Draft Neighbourhood Development Order for the North Benfleet Plotlands. I call on Councillor Brown to present the report for up to 10 minutes. She does not require a seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As Cabinet Member for Housing Infrastructure, this falls within my portfolio, and I feel it is extremely important that residents get to hear now why it is of interest to them and why it is important to this council. Producing an NDO requires detailed understanding of planning legislation, local conditions and community expectations. And I commend the parish for bringing forward a document on this scale. However, it is important to be precise about the nature of the decision before us. This council is not approving the NDO, just as previously we were not endorsing the local plan. Nor are we expressing support for the specific development parameters that it contains. We are simply authorising its publication for consultation. Once again, we are asking residents, what do you think? Because we are an administration who listens. Mr. Mayor, I am not being called a liar in this chamber. Can you please deal with that?
Carry on. We'll talk about it later. Thank you.
No, I am not standing here. I am not standing here talking to residents about the importance of residents. No, so chamber. I am not. I will not.
Right.
I will try and carry.
No, hold on. Thank you. It's like I'm not running. Councillor Journey, would you like to remove that remark? Otherwise, there will be a consequence to that. Yeah.
How many times is he going to get away with you saying full council?
Councillor, thank you. Would you like to withdraw the remark?
I'll withdraw it just for the sake of
Thank you, Councillor.
democracy. No worries.
Brown, you may continue.
To be clear, I am not a liar when I say.
Councillor Brown, you may continue with your speech. Thank you.
To be clear, I am. I am not being able to lie and not being able to say something about it.
Continue with your speech, please.
Excuse me. With the truth. It is a legal council to residents. That is what we are. I will.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, you may continue with your speech.
The purpose of this is for us to listen to residents. It is a legal requirement for us to listen to residents. And that is what we are doing. That is not being economical with the truth, and that is not lying, Councillor Janay. From a technical perspective, members should be aware that the draft NDO has been prepared in parallel with the consultation for the draft local plan, which itself has recently been updated and reflected in the national policies and the changes that they had in December 2024. This will include the latest of our Greenbelt assessments, highway modelling, flood risking, viability and infrastructure planning. It is therefore inevitable that there were areas where the NDO and the emerging local plan have not yet aligned. This includes matters relating to spatial strategy, the treatment of grey belt land, and the introduction of the new NPPF, sustainability criteria, and the infrastructure capacity shown within the evidence base of the emerging local plan. These are not completely minor issues. They go to the heart of what we need to conform with under Section 8 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act of 2004. The Neighbourhood Development Order must, as the legislation states, be in general conformity with the strategic policies of the development plan. At Regulation 18 stage, those strategic policies are still in formation. The evidence base is still being finalised. The consultation is still continuing. As several policies within this area relate to the plotlands and therefore have significant weighting and significant influence on the forward going with this NDO. It includes accessibility standards, active travel requirements, green and blue infrastructure networks, and the approach to dispersed settlement patterns. These are all subject to consultation and refinement. For those reasons, it would be premature and unsound for this council to signal support for this NDO at this point. We cannot and should not support the actual NDO, but rather the process that they are undertaking, which is vital. Yeah, this is important. It's important that we have those strategy consultees. It is important that we listen to them and that we take it on board. The purpose of tonight's discussion is therefore to ensure that those views can be gathered formally, properly assessed for conformity, and then finalised as part of the local plan process before going to examination. With that clarification, I support wholeheartedly the recommendation before us this evening on understanding that technical alignment, legal conformity and robust evidence base will be essential as we move forward through this next stage. I wholeheartedly ask the people of Bowers Gifford to engage with us, to tell us what they think and what they feel and what they want their communities to look like. This is a legal requirement that we listen, that we consult, and that is exactly what this administration is doing. Thank you.
Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Mayor. In full support of this, I have to say it's long overdue. I remember going back into the year 1991, before I was a councillor actually, when Bob Sheridan stood for the seat in the Bowers Gifford area, and then myself in 1992, and we were successful, both of us. And one of the things we fought on was having a special development policy within the Greenbelt for the residents of Bowers Gifford. And the plotlands over there, to stop these areas becoming dumping ground, because that's what they were. The areas where there was a plot, there's a nice bungalow, there's a rough bit of land, and then another nice bungalow, and that rough bit of land was getting used to dump oil drums, etc. It really was untidy. A special development policy within those areas, and yes, you are right, me talking about development in the Greenbelt, for those who think I never support development in Greenbelt. Something like that I think is essential. It tidies the area up and makes it all good. And I urge the residents of Bowers Gifford to get involved in this consultation. I also urge them, going to what Councillor Rees said earlier, that they get involved in the consultation regarding Regulation 18. Because from what I can see, quite clearly, whilst I'm in favour of this special development policy there, they are getting trodden on hugely with the amount of development happening in the Greenbelt in their area. So they need to respond to Regulation 18, really respond, not like they've done before, where, say, Pat said, the very low turnout. It's essential they do, but also really respond to this, because it is a good thing. It tidies up the area, and I'm in full support of this.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. Councillor Palmer.
I'm speaking this evening as a ward councillor for Pitsea South East, and I want to take this opportunity to talk directly to the residents who live there. Neighbourhood planning is one of the few moments where a community can genuinely shape the future of the place they call home. It isn't a tick box exercise. It isn't a technical process only for planning professionals. It's your chance, your real meaningful chance to tell us what you want, what you value, and what kind of development you believe is right for your area. The plotlands are unique. They're a historic part of our borough with a landscape and character found nowhere else in Basildon. Many families have lived there for generations. Others have arrived more recently but care just as deeply about protecting the rural feel, managing traffic, improving access and ensuring that development is sustainable and appropriate. For years, residents have told us that they want clarity. They want a fair, consistent approach to planning decisions. They want confidence that development will not happen in a way that damages the area's character or puts pressure on already stretched infrastructure. This draft neighbourhood development order is an opportunity to provide that clarity, but only if local people help shape it. That is why your involvement is so important. This next stage of consultation is when your views really matter. Whether you support what the NDO proposes, whether you have concerns, whether you have ideas for improvements, please tell us. Every comment is looked at. Every response forms part of the evidence. No one knows the plotlands better than the people who live there, travel through it, walk their dogs there and raise their families there. There will be drop-in sessions, online information and opportunity to speak to both the Parish Council and the Borough Council's planning team. Even if you have never taken part in a consultation before, I want to reassure you your feedback does not need to be technical or long. It just needs to be honest and based on your experience. That is exactly the kind of insight that strengthens neighbourhood planning. This is a community that cares deeply about its surroundings. We saw that during previous discussions about the plotlands. We saw it in the passion residents brought to the meetings and conversations. I want to see that same energy here because this process is designed for you. So I'm urging residents, please read the documents, come to the events, ask questions and make your views known. This is your chance to influence what happens in your community for the next decade and beyond. I sincerely hope you will seize it.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Baggott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Of course, the people of Bowes Gifford are a tenacious bunch, and a few years ago when they started the journey of putting together a neighbourhood plan, the administration at the time, which was the administration we have now, albeit with a few different faces, tried every trick in the book to block them, stop them, and get that process actually through to the fruition that we are today. But they persevered, they worked hard, they had many, many sort of turns on the road, but here we are actually at that final stage. And I want to publicly thank all of the people of Bowes Gifford that contributed to getting this plan and this decision to this council this evening. Some of them are here, but I'm not going to embarrass them by mentioning their names. Some aren't here, but it's a shame that they, because they would have been welcome and it would be nice to see them. But they worked hard. So echoing what other colleagues have said, don't let that now be in waste. Don't let all of that tenaciousness, that stubbornness, that actually desire to get something done for their community go to waste by a lack of engagement and a lack of consultation. Please actually respond to it. Please, the people of Pitsea, give respect to all the hard-working people that got to hear this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That ends the debate. Councillor Brown, you have 5 minutes in which to wind up.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how you want people to have a consultation when you feel more involved and more in line with what the view might be. Interesting. So you only want those to be able to comment when you agree with them. That is not democracy. So let me close this item by bringing us back to what actually matters, what this decision is really about. It's about allowing the people of Bowes Gifford to have their say. It's not about saying that every proposal there is perfect. We're not prejudging the final document and what it may look like. What we are doing is allowing for it to go out to consultation, as we are with the local plan. We are allowing the people of the plotlands to have their say and enabling them to shape the future plans for their communities. It's fair, it's honest, and it's transparent that this is the way in which this administration works. We allow the residents to have their say on an evidence-based matter and enable them to shape the policy and communities that they live. What matters is that the final NDO must sit in general conformity with the strategic policies of the local plan, and it will. That safeguard already exists, and as Councillor Blake said, it is therefore really vital that our communities also engage with that Reg 18 consultation. Others have raised that the fears about development and pressure and infrastructure constraints and how sensitive the plotlands are. That's not for us to worry about this evening. What is for us to worry about is encouraging our residents that they take an active engagement and are part of this process to ensure that this NDO has a full and well represented consultation period. I just want to thank once again the Parish Council for all the effort they've put into this so far. They've done what localism was designed to do. They've taken responsibility, they've gathered evidence, and they are trying to shape the future of an area they call home. Sending this out to consultation is the right thing to do. It's democratic, it's transparent, and gives residents the voice they deserve. At the end of the day, it's about getting views from local people about local places. And that's what I'm asking you to do this evening, is to vote for a consultation to go forward and allow residents to shape their own futures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This vote is now needed on the items which are on page 816 of the agenda, recommendations 1 to 4. All those in favour, please indicate. Are there any abstentions? Any abstentions? Any against? Okay, that is carried. We now have a 15-minute break. Thank you. Thank you, members. Returning to the meeting. The meeting is starting again. Item number 11, Capital and Investment Strategy Annual Report 2024-25. I call upon Councillor Brown to present the report up to 10 minutes, and she does not require a seconder. And then the matter will be open for debate. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. So item 11 is our capital and investment strategy. When it comes to council's finances, I think residents want something really simple. They want the truth and they want clear language. They want to be able to understand where the money comes from, what we do with it, how we spend it, and to know that their money is safe. They want to feel confident that the council is doing this job sensibly, carefully, and with an eye on the future. So let me start with some honest headlines. Yes, the council has around that 700 million of debt completely. That is there, that is in the report. It's not a secret, but what does it actually mean? What the report also says, far more importantly, is that we own 1.6 billion, I repeat, 1.6 billion pounds worth of assets. So what we're saying is, we own this little portion, but we've got all of this. Our debt is not unbacked by assets. That means that Basildon owns more than double what it owes anyone. I'd like to be in that position. I'm sure there's many people who own their homes across this borough that would like to be in a position where they own double what they owe. It's a strong position to be in. That is good housekeeping, and it's exactly what our residents expect from us. Those assets aren't theoretical. Those assets are homes where people live in. We know we have housing stock that our residents live in. They're community buildings that are used every day by our residents to deliver services. They're commercial properties that bring in income. That income is then used to provide services across this borough. We own land, we own infrastructure that provides the backbone for this borough. So in other words, they're real, they're valuable, and they're working for our residents. And when you look at the year we've just had, there's a lot of good news to share. We've delivered 119.5 million of capital investment across this borough. That includes improvements to homes, regeneration activity and infrastructure our communities rely on and need. We are not about managed decline, we are about investing in our futures. On a programme of nearly 120 million, our overspend was around 56,000. This is astonishingly tight financial management when you consider the way in which we've had to deal with the pressures that we inherited. We've borrowed that 72 million, and every pound of that borrowing had already been approved by councillors in this chamber. Nothing was unexpected, nothing was uncontrolled, nothing was outside of our plan. And we have stayed within every financial boundary we are required to meet. Every single one. This is not just good news, it's a success story. It shows we have discipline, it shows we plan, it shows a strong and steady approach to risk. And there is another positive story from this year. We've made our money work for us. Our surplus cash earned 2.1 million in interest, an average of nearly 6%. This is excellent performance, and it's money that helps protect our services from financial pressures. Our lease assets perform strongly too. 9.7 million in receipts, 6.6 million in payments, 3.1 million in profit rent. And something I really want to emphasise. There is absolutely no sign at all of the kind of financial problems you see other councils who have lost control. We are not overspending on risky ventures. We are not having any surprise borrowing. We are not breaching our financial limits. We are, and we continue to be, steadfast. We continue to have a strong asset base, a steady investment control borrowing, healthy income, excellent treasury performance, and a capital programme that delivers on time and on budget. That is a good news story for Basildon. And I want to thank our officers who are behind this work, the officers that enable us to enact the promise that we have given the Basildon people, that we will make this borough change, and we will make it change for the better. The numbers don't look after themselves. This is a result of careful planning, strong oversight, and a genuine commitment to ensuring this borough remains financially sound. People often bang the word debt around as if they should be worried, as if we should be concerned, as if it's something bad. But debt on its own is not the issue. What matters is how you use the money you have borrowed. It's about being safe and controlled, and about being backed by assets and real value. And in Basildon, this debt is not a burden. It is the engine behind homes we provide, the regeneration we are delivering, the income we secure, and the future of building for everyone across our 5 towns. At the end of the day, this is about looking after what we have and investing in what we want for the future. A future for the people who live in our town now, and for those future generations who will call this borough home thanks to the provision within our local plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. The matter is now open for debate. Do I have any speakers? Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I don't want you to miss anything, so thanks for that. It would be a lot more interesting if we had that same speech from a 151 officer. From a politician, it's basically valueless. And who remembers the 90s? Anybody?
Too young.
So the 90s were very much a similar case. People were happy that their house values were going up, they had lots of equity, all going well, life was happy back in those days. And then crash, yeah? And people overnight lost that value. And it's great, I absolutely agree. If you've got assets outweighing your debt, fantastic. It's how quickly you can liquidate. And in the 90s, people couldn't liquidate quick enough. And what happened is they handed the keys back to their mortgage provider so that they could sell it off at bargain rates through auctions. And the banks were happy because they would get their money back. But the house owners and the flat owners, they were left pretty much broken. Years and years it took for some of them to even get back. So, great speech, as it should be. It would be better for a 151 officer to give us that. Now, we haven't had a brief on our finances for 2 years since you took over. It's absolutely true. There's been no briefing to opposition members on exactly where our finances stand. And I know that Thurrock were given very similar assurances just before they went bust. Yeah, so what is our position? Are we going to take it that Councillor Brown is right? Well, she might be. But you can't take it from a politician. You need the guy who's got his hand on the purse strings to tell us exactly what that position is. So this is absolutely meaningless. And once again, like we had with the local plan, it's a great speech. It's as it should be. We should all be saying, this is the way you run a council. This is the way you run finances. And I'll hesitate just a bit to say, when we took over in 2003, or 2002 actually, the reserves here left by Labour were 500,000. Yeah. When I left as cabinet member in 2012, I think it was, they were 22 million. Yeah, that's how you build up resilience. And all of that work through pretty much 20 years of a Conservative administration afforded us the position we are in now. So, yeah, we've gone out on a limb and we've borrowed this money. I asked Owen Sparks to give me his assurance that we were sound, financially sound. He refused to do so. Yeah, and then suddenly he left. So it doesn't actually fill you with confidence that the Labour administration have got a good hard grip on this. And it only takes, I mean, I watched the financial markets recently, the AI bubble bursting. True. The AI bubble bursting, stocks coming down. When Labour took over last year, the pound was at something like nearly 120 euros. Today it's getting on for 113. It doesn't take a lot for markets to suddenly and literally overnight start evaporating, for rot to set in, to confidence diminish. It's not about this trust. You're seeing it before your very eyes. Yeah? You talk about 14 years of Labour administration. Conservative administration. Let's hope that doesn't happen, for God forbid. But here we are, and every metric you look at under Chancellor Rachel Reeves is evaporating. You know, Mr. Mayor, through you, can we have a full brief on the council's financial position? Yeah? Give us a 151 officer. Let them stand, thank you. Let them stand in front of opposition members and give us that assurance. We will then be happy with that. If it comes forward, as Councillor Brown has said it, we'll be happy to support that. Otherwise, this is just fine words. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll certainly make those representations on your behalf. Now, Councillor Baggott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but I am now. It's just an observation, really. I suppose it's the danger of wandering into the wilderness of ignorance as opposed to speaking from a position of knowledge. Because Councillor Brown earlier, in the debate on the local plan, was talking about one of the key driving forces about inflicting 30,000 houses on the borough was affordability, to drive house prices down, to actually bring them down so people could afford to have houses. So the key thing there being driving prices down. And now in this report, it talks about how clever they are with having a huge amount of debt, but don't worry, because we've got loads of assets, which are bricks and mortar and houses, and everything will be all right. Well, how do you actually square the circle of having a policy of driving prices down on property and then applauding the fact that one of your main asset bases is property? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baggott. Councillor Journet.
Oh dear. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So Basil and Labour call £700 million in debt sensibly spent. But we all know this is a party being economic with the truth. Shame that's the only thing they're good at in terms of economics. Councillor Brown also says that our debt is the backbone of our borough. That is very true. It's the backbone of the destruction of this borough. £9,700 for photos of the leader paid to Councillor Power's husband. £12,000 for a new logo, Mr. Mayor. £100,000 for implementation.
Councillor Journet, you take a seat for a moment. I'm taking advice. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you.
It's offensive in the sense.
Thank you. Councillor Journet, you will refrain from impugning improper motives on anyone else, any other member in this room, and you may continue your speech. Thank you.
So, £9,700 for photos of the leader was paid to Elite Esports. No. This is a.
He
this
has
is a
said
separate
it
limited
again.
business.
It is not true. He is repeating himself, and it is not
I'm not naming
true.
it. I am naming the limited company.
You haven't
who's
withdrawn your
separate.
statement.
It's not.
Withdraw your statement.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, point of order. 23B.
I'm done. Actually incorrect.
Mr. Mayor, I call point of order 23B that Councillor Genet should not be heard.
Thank you. A point of order has been called. Thank you. A point of order has been called. I need to refer to my. If you sit down, monitoring officer, bear with me and refrain from calling across the room whilst I do this.
Okay, so he hasn't persisted.
Thank you, everyone. Councillor Journet. Under 23A, you have been found to impute improper motives to a member present in the room and to possibly cause offence. Therefore, I'm officially warning you that persisting along this route will result in you being silenced. Thank you.
I know. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So we'll move on slightly. So we spent £12,000 on a new logo and £100,000 for implementation. That's new mugs, that's letterheads, that's new pens, okay? £70,000 a day is paid in interest on the debt of Basildon Borough Council. That's £25.5 million per year of taxpayers' money spent just to service the interest, okay? That is not sustainable, I'm sorry to say. And it shows how poorly this administration has used our money. We may have made £2.4 million in interest on our cash reserves, as Councillor Brown made a point earlier of, but that's all gone in 1 month to pay back these crazy vanity projects. So I think it's time we take the black Amex away from these people who are looking to destroy our borough. I don't trust you. Residents don't trust you. Do you even trust you? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Journet. I have no further speakers. Councillor Brown. Oh, did you indicate? Okay, Councillor Smith, thank you.
Thank you. It would be remiss of me not to talk about the HRA. It has always had a debt hovering around just over 200 million. If that debt was cleared in its entirety, I'm not looking to point blame how that debt came about, various governments, government policies over the years, decisions made at this council. But it is backed up with over £1 billion worth of asset. Now, if we said we're going to clear that £200 million debt, how do we clear that? It's like, oh, sorry, Mrs. Miggins, you're out. Mrs. Jones, you're on the street. And they will come to the council saying, you've made me homeless. I have nowhere to live. Okay, 25 grand a year is the annual cost of putting someone in bed and breakfast. So you could wipe out the HRA debt overnight and then be made bankrupt by the cost of temporary accommodation. So you can look at paper or you can be business-minded and look at the risks and the solutions. And that is what this administration has done, previous administrations have done, but you can never eradicate that 200 and something million pound debt. We've chopped a bit off, we inherited a bit extra debt, but I don't criticise because there was reasons Councillor Schrader had to incur some extra debt with projects to maintain the housing stock with what was that gadget you put on them boilers? Had like a kid's squidgy? Switchy.
They're great.
Right, on the boilers. Now, if we'd have said, oh no, you're incurring debt cancer, Schrader, you mustn't do that, we'd be hit harder by disrepair claims and damage to our properties. But that investment into our housing stock, then we could have used that to pay the debt down. I appreciate new members look at this, but I would just say to new members, look at the overall picture. If we cleared away that £200 million of our debt, which is the housing revenue account, we would be crucified with every homeless family costing us 25 grand a year in temporary accommodation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I have no further speakers. 5 minutes, Councillor Brown, you have to wind up on the debate. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to start by saying that I am tired of listening to councillors lie in this chamber and impugn other councillors with things that are not true and that make the public believe that they are. And that councillors that continue to do that, they are doing nothing but taking down the reputation of this council and damaging this reputation and what we try to do every single day, which is to work for our residents so they have a decent place to live. And he can sit there and he can laugh and he can smirk. And it is really, really disappointing that rather than engaging with the arguments, rather than engaging with the officers, rather than engaging with cabinet members and asking them questions, he would rather smear other cabinet members' reputations. Right. Having said that, having said that, let me close by bringing us back to what is really important. We've been asked to look at whether or not that we have the way in which we are handling that headline debt. Many families across this borough borrow money to buy a car in order to get to work, to give you a chance of future prosperity. Many families across this borough take out debt to buy a home. Many people across this borough take out a debt, to pay for a kid's wedding or build a housing extension. And that is investment. Where there is a problem is where you have debt to pay your daily bills. If we were borrowing money in order to keep the lights on, that's not prudent. That's not a good investment strategy. That is a massive financial problem. That is not what this council's doing. As I said, we have £1.6 billion in assets. And it's not just our housing stock. I'd love that our housing stock was worth 1.6 billion because it'd mean I'd have twice as many houses, and I don't, sadly. But we're going to do something about that, aren't we, Councillor Baggott? Our investment portfolio is wide-ranging and ensures that we are able to be successful and ambitious and do the regeneration that this borough needs. If anybody here thinks that we shouldn't be borrowing to invest in that town centre, then you've never been in it. If you honestly believe that we shouldn't be borrowing to invest in our housing stock that is now majority 75 years old, then you're not listening to your residents. We are borrowing to invest. It is well managed. It is within the tolerance of risk, and it is ensuring that we are responsible, that it's affordable, and we provide value for money. Earlier, Councillor Baggott, who over his career, whilst he's been a councillor, has always been a huge advocate of scrutiny and what that looks like. Councillor Turner, what you need to be aware of, you're saying you've not had any conversations with Section 151 officer. Those officers are available. Those reports...
I have had some. I said I had. I spoke to my own staff.
I appreciate it, but he's not no longer our 151 officer and hasn't been for some time.
That's true.
At the moment, those reports, every quarter, go to audit and risk. Every member, every party here is represented on that committee. So it has their... Can I finish, please, Councillor Turner? Thank you. So every quarter they go there. Every quarter they go to the Cabinet, where your leader can come and scrutinise it and ask questions. Officers are available for your leader to book an appointment with and say, can I discuss this article? Can I discuss this report? We need more information on. If your leader's not doing their job, that's not my problem. But I can assure you, our officers are available. They want to work with you. We are transparent. We are open. Want to engage. If any of you want to ask more questions at scrutiny, want to come along and ask more questions at audit and risk, want to come along, ask more questions at cabinet, then do so. But don't sit there moaning that you've not been able to scrutinise these documents and understand them. I would say to all of you, this is being prepared in a professional manner. This is structured, it's responsible boroughing so that we can have a better borough. It has strong finances, strong oversight, and what we are doing is building a stronger Basildon. Thank you.
May I raise a point of order?
Yeah, okay.
Please could you ask Councillor Brown to retract her statements about me smearing other councillors? I think it's very defamatory inside the council. Thank you.
23A. There we go. 23B.
Order reference number.
23A.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Thank you. So, councillors, your name. She was just referring to the fact that I found you guilty of impugning a member of improper motives and offence. So she was just reiterating what had already been established within this council. So she did not, in fact, accuse you of anything that was untrue in that respect. Now, that report was for noting. Item number 12, I call on Councillor Brown to present the report. She has up to 10 minutes and does not require a seconder.
Yeah, as Councillor Schrader quite rightly pointed out, I absolutely hate speaking in full council and avoid it at all costs, but tonight, yeah, it is unfortunately the Adele show.
Adele Brown's show.
I know, it's quite tragic. This is not what I'd normally want to do. Okay, so Treasury Management. We're looking at Q1 and Q2 here. I'm pleased to introduce this Treasury Management update of Quarters 1 and 2 because this is one of those reports that really shows the council finances are being well managed. Behind the scenes, quietly, steadily and with real discipline, our officers are ensuring that they are. Residents don't expect fireworks, exciting little slogans to go along with their reports. You know, initially I came down to Essex to be an accountant at Ford. I quite quickly realised accountancy wasn't really my thing. It's not that exciting. But it definitely is needed, and therefore these figures are, it shows that we have financial professionalism within the council, and that it's there to protect the borough and to ensure that our finances are both legal and robust. So let me take members through a few of the key headlines in case you have not read the 1,000-page report for tonight. So we start strong on the year on capital projects. In the first half of the financial year, the council spent £12.7 million on capital projects. This is exactly what we expected because this is what we planned for. We are investing in this borough, and it's important that that work is completed and that we're able to pay for it in a sustainable way. Capital projects rarely follow neat quarter lines, but what we can see is progress, what's happening, payment flows and infrastructure and homes being delivered. Debt is moving exactly as it is planned and therefore is prudent. Net debt moved from 638.5 million, thank you for the fanfare, to 646.8 million. This is not a surprise, it's not unplanned, and therefore it is not a risk. It reflects the capital programme that members in this chamber have approved. And here's the important bit. Gross debt actually fell by 6.8 million, because we managed to pay off some of those loans. Not many councils can say that they've reduced their gross borrowing in the first half of this year, but Basildon can because we did. Cash balances remain healthy. Cash balances have moved from 52 million to 37 million as projects progressed throughout this first period. Again, not a concern, not a warning sign, simply the natural cycle of how capital works. And even while those balances reduce, they still earn real returns. Investment income continues to perform for this borough. During Q1 and Q2, our investments brought 300,000 of interest, and that is an average rate of 4.4%, 4.44% even. That is income that supports services, helps protect our frontline provision during a time when every penny counts for this council. So let me stress what this means. Even with challenging markets, our investments are earning more than expected when this budget was set. That is good. Cautious financial planning has enabled us to have deliverables across the borough and results. A practical, important good news story is our underlying borrowing borrowing need is falling. The capital financial requirement essentially on our underlying need to borrow. The forecast to fall by 14.3 million just this year. This is mainly because we sold some of our assets. We were able to clear some of the debt because that asset was no longer performing for us. We have a team that are responsible, proactive, in order to manage our finances and our asset portfolio. It means future years start from a strong position, and it protects the council from unnecessary long-term exposure. We remain safely within every single prudent indicator, every limit, every boundary, every requirement set out in the National Treasury Management Code. We have met them all. This is crucial. Councils that get into trouble breach their limits. They do not do what Basildon have done. And I expect some will raise familiar points. And so I want to respond to some of those up front. Our debt is rising. Yes, it has risen, but it is planned and financed for. It is not an issue. And our overall borrowing requirements is forecasted to fall, as I have said. This is not a warning sign, it is good management. We've heard about the daily cost of debt earlier. Yes, but we have planned for that and we can afford it. When a family takes out a debt to pay for a mortgage on a home, they look, can I afford that debt? Can I service that debt in order to provide an asset for the future and a home for my family to live in? That's just basics. And hopefully all councillors within here can understand that. If we didn't borrow, we couldn't build new homes. We couldn't regenerate the town centre. We couldn't improve our estates. We couldn't invest in this borough. Standing still is not a strategy. Saving money by not spending money on our residents and services they need is not a strategy. It's what led to managed, slow decline. It's what led to a town centres that look like that, what Langdon looks like, what Pitsea looks like, what Wickford looks like. Lack of investment, lack of borrowing, lack of future planning. And we are still being careful. Yes, we understand that it's important that we respect taxpayers' money and that we do what residents need. Good treasury management isn't glamorous, isn't fun, isn't exciting, but it's what residents don't see across the borough, but they see when it goes wrong and they see the money that we have been spending. So let me just finish with this. People want a council that handles their money with the same care that they handle their own. They want us to make steady decisions, no nasty surprises, and proper planning for the years ahead. That is exactly what this report says we are. Send it to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a budget next week that I'm sure we're all excited for, so I won't dwell for too long on the technical stuff. But I wouldn't be very good chair of Audit and Risk if I didn't get a bit technical, so please indulge me for a minute or two. Now then, I do love the words positive variance. And in Q1, this council ran at a positive variance of £20.6 million using around a third of the overall working budget and giving this council a strong start to the financial year with a healthy amount in the bank for more costly times that we know will come later in the year. There's no change to the long-term debt position and a net decrease in the short-term debt, and the council's overall debt position remains well below the authorised limit. Mr Mayor, after 14 years of Tory austerity, local government finance has been decimated, and as we've seen in Kent, Reform's dodgy doge certainly isn't the answer. Labour, meanwhile, are running the council at a positive variance of 20 million, giving us strong leeway for the rest of the year, while Labour in government are giving Basildon £40 million for projects in areas that the borough need the most in Langdon and Pitsea. As Councillor Brown said in the previous item, this council is in a strong financial position. We hold assets twice the value of our debt which didn't rise in Q1. Labour are regenerating our town centres, bringing business to lots left empty for years, and investing in our most deprived areas with help of this Labour government.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Headley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm glad the reference was made to Audit Committee. It's an important function of this council, and I think we've already had 2 speeches tonight on scrutiny. The thing that underpins the residents' confidence in the council's finance is the external audit. And the external audit isn't up to date. We're at least 3 years out of date with external audits. And we are almost certainly going to get a disclaimed opinion from our external audit this year and for last year. With local government reorganisation looming, it's also apparent that councils are going to be asked to do a re-evaluation of all their assets before the reorganisation. Normally, councils' assets are done on a rolling basis, and I assume that's the same for Basildon. Do we have the capacity to have all of our assets have an up-to-date valuation in time for the external audit to be carried out?
Thank you, Councillor Headley. No further indications speak. Councillor Brown, would you like to wrap up?
I'm never going to answer why I need to be in contact with the phone when I have very sick parents, and that is what I'm dealing with at the moment. I don't need to hear from you. Okay, let's close this short debate. As I was expecting, most people are not that thrilled and excited by statistics and data and figures. I would though say that it's really important that we do understand them. For those of you who are, have not been in the financial world or struggle to understand what it might mean, it's not in any way that I'm trying to patronise you or say that it's beyond you. But what I would say, the LGA runs some really exceptional courses on understanding government finance and really exceptional courses on getting to grips so that you can be better at scrutinising, you can fully understand the technicality of this. And so I'd encourage all of you to take up those courses. They are free on the finance stuff. If any of you fancy a weekend in Warwick in order to learn more about government finances, I'd really recommend it. It might be technical, but there's parts of it that are not complicated. It's about how we spend our money day to day. It's about the cash coming in and the cash going out. It's about how we borrow in order to invest and how we pay for that investment. It's pretty much how most households run a budget. It's more complicated because we're talking about a council and we're talking about billions of pounds. It's what we need to be able to understand though in order to say tonight, yes, our debt's rising, but that's okay because of the investment we have that is budgeted for, that we can pay back that debt, that the finances are being well managed. It's about paying down that debt when it's responsible to do so. It's about increasing it when we need to in order to enable our borough to flourish. You know, it is ultimately about being in a position for those new homes, those improvements, and being part of shaping this borough rather than saying, oh, we can't spend any money, oh, we better not borrow any money, let's let the place decline. Everything we do is within rules. Everything is monitored daily. Everything is checked by independent advisors. And without that, we would not be doing it. And Councillor Headley is right. That external audit is miles behind. And it has been for quite some time. Not because this council, whether we're the Conservatives in administration or whilst we've been in administration, have not been trying to change that and rectify that. And therefore, I want to give them assurance that the next audit is in December. Our officers are prepared, and if Councillor Headley wants to speak to our finance team about the work that has gone into prepare that, I am sure they would be happy to meet with you in order to go through that with you and give you that assurance that you need to know that we are prepared for that. We work hard every day in this council as councillors and as officers to ensure that our residents' money is spent with care, with common sense, because people deserve a council they can trust to do the right thing and to invest in them. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. The report was for noting. Item number 13, the full council appointment of the monitoring officer. An addendum has been circulated to everyone. I call upon Councillor Brown to present the report. You have up to 10 minutes. It does not require a seconder.
So just to clarify, the monitoring officer was just checking that the addendum that I hope all of you have had circulated, and that's what the monitoring officer was checking, that I'd had that and I'd seen it before we moved forward with bringing this item to full council. So item 13 asks full council to formally approve the appointment of a monitoring officer, one and only of the 3 statutory posts that a council must have in place at all times for the authority to function safely and lawfully. We're all aware of that. We know along with the chief exec, the section 151 officer and the monitoring officer, they're the legal backbone of this organisation. And therefore it is crucial as a council that comes before us to approve. We went through quite a robust process in order to be able to appoint a new monitoring officer. This role is vital. It protects the council from unlawful decisions, it protects the public purse from risk, it protects all of us as elected members from ending up in a situation that compromises this council or undermines public confidence. The report in front of us sets out clearly why this appointment is necessary and why it is necessary now. It highlights the monitoring officer's duties under the Local Government and Housing Act of 1989, including ensuring our decisions, policies and processes are lawful, ethical and indeed transparent. But more than the statutory wording, this role is about culture. It's about setting the way in which we as councillors engage with each other, engage with officers and behave within this chamber, whether that's a full council meeting, a cabinet meeting, a committee meeting or something less formal. The candidate before us has demonstrated her professional experience, judgment and integrity that is vital for carrying out this role. They've shown a clear understanding of the pressures that we face here in Basildon, whether that's major regeneration, housing challenges, financial scrutiny, planning complexity, and the rapidly changing national framework that we're working within. This is a borough where a monitoring officer cannot just sit quietly in the background. We need someone strong enough to speak up, clear enough to guide members, and steady enough to give consistent advice when politics gets noisy. We have had that and we need it for the future. I also want to emphasise that as Deputy Leader, I often have conversations with the monitoring officer in order to ensure that my group, that my cabinet are performing in a way that is legal and does not pull this council into disrepute. They give us confidence to be bold because we know that our governance is sound. Tonight's decision is about ensuring that the organisation continues to have a solid footing. It's about ensuring that our residents, regardless who they vote for, can trust that their council is following the rules, acting responsibly and upholding the standards of conduct that they deserve. So I commend this report and would ask all members to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, and as Councillor Brown has mentioned, normally an item like this would be taken swiftly and without controversy. The convention is that appointments of this nature are nodded through, and under normal circumstances I would be content to follow that approach. However, when this goes through tonight, this will be the 5th monitoring officer we've had since this administration took office in May of 2024. 5, well, you could argue 6 now, but we'll stick with 5. In barely a year and a half. That, frankly, is unbelievable. It is not a statistic that any well-run authority should recognise, let alone accept. And when you pair that with the issues that we've witnessed in recent weeks, it becomes absolutely clear to me that the internal controls and governance arrangements of this council need to be placed under serious and sustained scrutiny. There are questions about compliance, about process, and about the culture at the heart of this organisation. I want to stress that I have nothing personal whatsoever against the successful candidate if they actually get to appointment on this occasion. I do not know them and I look forward to working with them. I genuinely hope that they are able to address some of the concerns that have been raised this evening, but goodwill towards an individual cannot and should not override the wider issues that we are facing as a council. As a responsible opposition, there is absolutely no way we can support this appointment at this time. There is no way I can, in good conscience, cast my vote in favour when the revolving door in this key statutory post indicates profound instability. There is no way I can support it when the recent conduct of certain elected members suggests an attitude that they can ride roughshod over rules, over process, and over the basic standards of probity that this council is supposed to uphold. When elected members behave in this way, it becomes very difficult to retain statutory officers, senior statutory officers. It becomes difficult for them to do their job and for them to enforce discipline and compliance. In short, the council does not function properly. That is why we are here tonight with yet another monitoring officer appointment. That is why we are right to raise concerns, because unless the culture changes, then unless the rules are respected, unless internal control is taken seriously, we will simply be back here again for the 6th, 7th, 8th time, whilst the governance of this authority continues to deteriorate. So, I sincerely wish the candidate well. I hope they succeed, and I hope they bring some much needed stability to the council. But I cannot, and I will not, endorse this appointment with my vote. It's not a personal thing, it's based on principle. It's about the governance of this council and the standards we owe to the residents we serve. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. On no other. Oh, okay, Councillor Turner, thank you.
This one's working.
Right, it's working. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Barnes has asked me to, although we're not going to be supporting this, Councillor Barnes has asked me to thank the outgoing officer for all their due diligence, hard work and perseverance. It hasn't been an easy job, I'm sure, particularly with me around, and it's probably been a bit of a poison chalice, but she has discharged her office duly and with dignity. So, and it's incumbent that perhaps our recognition should go towards the monitoring officer and wish her good luck in whatever future endeavours she's had. Thank you, Mayor.
I'd just like to add my words to that. Thank you for all the support you've given me over the last few months. Thank you. I have no further. Councillor Brown, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Thankfully tonight, I would hope that there are enough members here who recognise that we have to have a monitoring officer, and that I'm not going to vote against this appointment because legally we have to have one. But Councillor Barnes, to an extent, is not wrong. You know, a monitoring officer is a very difficult position to fill across the country. Monitoring officers are in short supply. And the way in which members of this council behave, the way in which they treat officers, the way in which they treat each other, means that for monitoring officers it is a difficult job, and yes, it does put people off wanting to come and work here in Basildon. The monitoring officers watch some of our full councils, some of the things that they say to impugn officers, to impugn the reputation of other councillors. Yes, it does make it challenging, and yes, it has put people off working at this council. If we want to attract officers, we have to be part of that process. We have to ensure that our conduct is different. There is a huge toxicity at the moment in this council amongst members, and it needs to change. It needs to change. Thank you, sir. And therefore, what I would like to say is that we have a monitoring officer who, despite all of our crazy, is willing to come and work here and work with us to enable us to move forward. But more importantly, who wants to work with our talented officers that we have across this council. And therefore, I would ask each of you to support this and enable us to appoint a monitoring officer who will be able to move us forward and continue the great work that Jane has done to try and change some of the ways in which you work, but also to hold all of us accountable. The amount of standards that we have before, a standard complaint before standards at the moment is insane. It's beyond embarrassing. Please, councillors, think about what you have been elected to do. You've been elected to come here, ensure that residents and their families have better lives, not sit there throwing mud at each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. So, looking at the proposals, a vote is needed. What page is it on? I'm getting there eventually. Page 3 of 6 in the addendum. So, all those in favour, please show. All those against? Are there any abstentions? That vote is carried. Thank you. Okay, we move on to item 14, the notices of motion. The first motion is to be moved by Councillor Jeffrey. Councillor, do you have a seconder? Councillor Strada. Councillor Jeffrey, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion is about principle, upholding the rule of law, protecting our green belt and ensuring fairness for every resident. We are now at the final stage. The inspectorate process is complete. The compliance period has concluded, and all that remains is the High Court. At the centre of this are constituents who have suffered for over 5 years, holiday weekends ruined, sleepless nights, children's formative years disrupted. Enough is enough. As their local ward councillor, they have made it clear to me that every avenue must be exhausted to secure enforcement action. Our officers made this very point at the planning hearing. This is sensitive greenbelt land and it must be treated as such. Anything else is absurd. Vulnerable residents actually attended the inspectorate hearing to voice their concerns and share their lived experience. They did not have to attend and their personal safety was at risk. They came because they want to live in peace and without constant worry. Now, fairness is non-negotiable. If planning law is broken, consequences must follow, no exceptions. A significant sum of taxpayer money has already been spent to actually reach this point, and if we don't push ahead, we've effectively wasted that money. Now, this is not about politics or assigning blame. Residents care about action. Rewarding bad behaviour is not an option. We must come together as a full council to enforce planning law. We would not be in this position if a clear enforcement plan had been communicated from the start. Rumours and suspicion should never fill the vacuum where action should be. Clarity prevents concern, uncertainty breeds frustration. Now, the judgment was issued in March 2024. Over a year has passed. The compliance period ended this July under the administration's watch. Delay is no longer acceptable. This motion asks for one thing, that we commit to enforcement. That is exactly what this council must do. If this unauthorised development was south of the 127, I'm sure we would be looking to clear it by now. The reality is stark. A peaceful country lane has become a site of fires, generators, shouting and chaos. The least we can actually do is restore order. We did it at Dow Farm and we must do it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Councillor Schrader. We just wait until we sorted your microphone out. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, sir. I'm pleased to second the motion moved by my colleague, Councillor Jeffrey. He's quite right to raise this matter, which concerns a long-running unauthorised development in the Greenbelt at Newlands Road, Wickford. The planning inspector's decision in March confirms what residents of the Wick have known for years, which is that this site has been unlawfully expanded far beyond what was ever permitted, and has caused lasting harm to the Greenbelt, to the character of the area and to the community that surrounds it. The inspector found very substantial harm to the openness of the Greenbelt, to the separation between Wickford and the new town, and to the semi-rural character of the Wick. This is an intentional, unauthorised encroachment into our protected countryside. It's residents in the settled community who have to live with the consequences. Families who've played by the rules, respected the planning laws, now see others who flout those laws not being brought to book. This is corrosive to public confidence in planning and the principle of equal treatment under the law. Councillor Jeffrey has clearly been more directly involved in the case than I, but it does appear from what he said that the council's own communications with residents in terms of letting them know next steps hasn't always been what we would hope, and we as an authority should reflect on that. Meanwhile, those occupying the site clearly believe they're above the law and entitled to do as they please. We mustn't allow a situation where residents believe their council thinks so too. That, if uncorrected, would only serve to deepen the growing sense of cynicism and mistrust that already exists among the public regarding our democratic institutions. The inspector upheld the enforcement notices and refused planning permission for the unauthorised development. This council once had an enviable reputation for robustly defending the Greenbelt. From the days when we fought and won on Dale Farm, which meant going toe-to-toe with the UN and even Dame Vanessa Redgrave. We know court action is costly, but you can't put a price on upholding the rule of law. If the administration doesn't take this to the High Court, I fear it would send a signal that Greenbelt protections are negotiable, our enforcement protocols can be ignored, and residents who respect the law are fools for doing so. We have a duty to take this forward, uphold our planning decisions, and show residents, for as long as it still exists, Basildon Council won't look the other way or turn a blind eye to unlawful development. I formally second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sharda. Councillor Brown.
I have an amendment.
Okay, we'll circulate that amendment.
Thank you.
Then you can. Do you have a seconder?
Councillor McGeorge.
Councillor McGeorge. Thank you. Okay, members. Councillor Brown, would you like to speak to your amendment? Thank you.
Tonight we're discussing an issue that's been a source of deep ongoing concern to the residents of Wickford for a very long time. And Councillor Jeffrey is not wrong in that. It is something for those of us who have sat on planning. We've had numerous things come before us as each of those enforcements have tried to take place over a long, long period of time. As the amendment sets out, this site has been in breach of planning control since 2020. What began as an unauthorised development has expanded over time significantly. We now have 13 plots and 16 caravans on that land, an expansion that is directly contrary to our local planning policies and in breach of the planning inspector's ruling. The enforcement notices issued on the site remain uncomplied with, and activity has continued, with further building works appearing to have taken place this July. Residents see this, they are rightly frustrated. They ask a perfectly reasonable question. How can this site continue to grow with in complete defiance of planning rules when enforcement notices have already been put in place? And more importantly, what is this council going to do about it? The amendment before full council tonight strengthens Councillor Jeffrey's original motion. It provides a clear, more lawful and more workable way forward. And I want to speak directly as to why. The first is to ensure we do not undermine our legal position. Planning enforcement is a highly technical and legal and indeed sensitive process. If we act in haste or without full legal understanding, we risk taking the step that could later be challenged and overturned. For those of you who sat in planning for a long time, we've seen that happen to us before, and we've had steps back before we've been able to move forward. The amendment avoids instructing officers to immediately pursue any single enforcement route, because doing so could compromise the council's ability to act effectively. Instead, it directs the chief executive, the monitoring officer and the assistant director for planning to continue to pursue lawful and proportionate compliance options, including, if appropriate, the possibility of injunctive relief. This is a huge strengthening of the motion. It empowers officers to use every lawful tool available, but it does so in a way that is measured, that is defensible, and aligns with statutory requirements that we must uphold. The amendment ensures that full council does not reach beyond the proper remit by directing operational enforcement activity. What it does, instead, it requests that the Executive Director for Growth and Partnerships, Ms Lyons, brings forward an options paper informed by both legal and planning advice as to what the correct route should be. Many of us who have been on planning for a long time have sat in those part two, had those green papers come to us as part of the planning committee, sat in this chamber and been given options as the best way forward and voted on by that planning committee as to what they feel is the most proportionate response, what is the best response, what are we going to do next. Because members should absolutely have oversight, we should absolutely understand the full range of enforcement powers available to us. The costs and the risks, and a few councillors have alluded to that earlier. But we should not make an operational decision that is without information. This amendment respects the role of members, respects the role of officers as advisors, and ensures we act in a way that is robust, transparent and legally secure. The amendment strengthens the motion by reinforcing the principle that effective enforcement is essential in public confidence and within the planning system. That is practically true. That is particularly true for the Greenbelt, and it's particularly true for this particular site. This amendment recognises that explicitly, while avoiding language that unfairly suggests that officers have failed or have prejudged the outcome of ongoing work. We need to ensure that members understand the purpose of this amendment. It is to set a path that is effective, proportionate and lawful. The path that protects the council, protects the Greenbelt, protects our residents and their public confidence without weakening the council's ability to take meaningful action. That is why this amendment matters. Residents are looking for us to demonstrate leadership and clarity. The amendment gives full council the ability to do that. Members, this motion, I assure you, is not in any way trying to stop action being taken. I know your frustration, and I know the frustration of our residents who live close by. It is stronger, it is clearer, it is more defensible, and I urge all of us to vote for it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor McGeorge.
My mic's working. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep this quite short because I think Councillor Brown has just covered everything. This amendment proposed does not change the sentiment behind Councillor Jeffrey's motion, but it ensures that the council are robust and legal in how we enforce the unauthorised development. Therefore, I would urge everyone to support this.
Thank you, Councillor McGeorge. Councillor Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to be completely honest. Given the level of violent agreement in the room, I am quite surprised to see such a cheese pairing amendment. I mean, we've deleted the word unlawfully. So are we saying that it's lawful? Why are we disputing the word unlawfully? You know, you've changed unlawful development remain enforcement notices remain uncomplied with have not yet achieved compliance. So we're just finding different ways to say the same thing. Rather than saying undermines public confidence, is important to maintaining public confidence. So we don't want to kind of give any concession that public confidence might have been undermined. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any major objection to the penultimate paragraph. This one, this request that the executive director grow, that's straight out of Yes Minister. Request that the executive director growth and partnerships provide an options paper to an interdepartmental committee to consider all the matter in the round, in the fullness of time, nothing precipitate. You know, it's pretty silly. Look, I mean, I sat on the planning committee, so I know what the cabinet member is driving at, and I don't think anyone in this room wants the council to do anything that is unlawful. But I mean, to continue to pursue all lawful and proportionate compliance options, deleting what said to urgently review the current enforced position and identify all lawful and proportionate steps available. We're saying the same thing in different ways. So I think it's rather silly. You're going to amend it, and I'm still going to vote for it. So, you know, that's fine. But, you know, when we're agreeing with one another, don't manufacture disagreement.
Thank you to Councillor Schrader. Councillor Barnes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, Councillor Brown talks about deep concern. She talks about how this strengthens the motion. I mean, anyone reading this amendment can see that this does not do that in any way, shape or form. Taking out words, as Councillor Schrader has mentioned, like unlawfully, like continued failure to enforce, clearly weakens the motion. It does not strengthen it. If there was a legal risk to this motion, then it wouldn't have been allowed in the first place. So the idea that somehow this making these changes makes us legally compliant is not accurate, and it is not a reasonable assessment of the situation. If they're concerned that the amendment, even though it's been allowed, criticises officers, then they could just remove those particular sections. But they've chosen not to do that either. This doesn't so much water down the original motion as it guts it completely. If you were serious, you would vote for the motion as it's written, because that is what the residents want. They do not want whatever this is, this sort of basically kicking it into touch and hoping it all goes away. They want Councillor Jeffrey's motion to be passed by this council so that residents understand that we take their concerns seriously. I will not be supporting this amendment. I think this is a complete betrayal of the residents of Wickford, and I think it is a complete and utter change to what is intended by the original motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Councillor Turner.
Yeah, I've never heard, I was going to say I've never heard such a disingenuous speech, but I have on many occasions. But one that sticks in my mind was one by Councillor Smith when we discussed Dow Farm. At the time, Labour were in...
Former councillor.
Not Kerry Smith, no, Nigel Smith. God bless you. And basically he said the same. We're going to look at it, we're going to review it, we're going to investigate our options. Yeah, what he meant was we're not going to take any action on this at all. And that was the lead into Dow Farm. By the time we got into administration, Dow Farm was done and dusted. And the Conservative administration took steps to start the progress to get rid of Dow Farm. You do it in two ways. You certainly don't discuss this in planning committee. This is not a planning committee item. The decisions may come back to planning, but this is a round table discussion with the chief executive, the executive directors as we've got now, the cabinet member, the leader, and you get a plan together. And you do it in two ways. You do it through the civil courts and you do it through the enforcement route. And you have to do it that way because either or none will be successful. And if we were told when we took over Dow Farm, it was going to be 10 years, and that's pretty much what it amounts to. They told us it would be 10 million. It turned out to be about 5.2 million. But what we've got tonight is I'm surprised that this doesn't negate the original motion, because this one doesn't say anything other than we'll go and look at it and we'll come back. Don't call us, we'll call you. Yeah, and that's the confidence you're giving residents in the borough about a plight that they are concerned with, to say the least. If we were serious, we would have done all of this before now, and we're not serious. The administration is not serious. They're going to let this brew, they're going to let it fester, you know, and who knows where this is going to end. And that's what we're discussing here tonight. That's what this motion, this amended motion, is taking us through. Well, I can assure you, a Conservative administration wouldn't take it as so laissez-faire attitude towards a serious issue. We're already seeing the local plan put in legal sites that are going to make us pretty much the capital for gypsy and traveller sites of England, if not Europe. That's what we're amounting to. And on top of it, you come here with this motion that, but we'll just say it. We're not going to support George's motion. We're happy with the site because this has been their attitude all along. It's always been the same, and particularly with Councillor Brown, I have to say, we've seen her in planning when she was chairman, approved site after site of gypsy and traveller, even when they were illegal. So we know what's behind this. And Councillor Barnes has said it. We cannot support a motion that basically says to the community who have put their elected representative forward to do battle for them, we're going to abandon you. We're going to kick this, as again Councillor Barnes said, we're going to kick this into the long grass. We're going to push it back and back, and you can sit there and you can come up with all the weasel words you want. But at this point in time, you are letting down that community who are sitting there in anxiety, in distress. I mean, when you say putting Basildon people first, it means absolutely nothing. It's just an amount of words that you come up that you want our residents to believe you, and they don't. And when you do a stunt like this, this is why. This is why you guys, you have no mandate, absolutely no mandate. You're supported by Langdon Hills representatives And I would be absolutely ashamed if I was then to support you in putting through this amendment. Mayor, I can't believe this doesn't negate the original motion. Conservative group aren't going to support it. When we get back in power, either as the administration with a majority or not, we will deal with this as we dealt with Dow Farm. By then, it will probably be too late because we know where this is heading, don't we? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Journet.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. So, once again, this council does not listen to residents. We sit here talking about the local plan and how we're going to listen to residents. Again, this amendment you see today has taken all the nuts and bolts and all the teeth out of what Councillor Jeffrey wanted to do. Wickford residents are sick to death of what's going on in this particular development, and as far as I'm concerned today, there's no way that I want to support this amendment today. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Journet. If no further speakers, we'll be voting on the amendment as written before you. Please indicate your support. All those against, please show. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. That amendment has been passed. It's now the substantive. Do I have any speakers on the substantive? I have no indications of speakers on the substantive. Councillor Jeffrey, you can wind up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to thank Councillor Schrader for seconding my motion, and he actually made some very good points about the openness and the encroachment on the Greenbelt. I think actually it is corrosive to public trust, because we wouldn't have got here and to this motion if the council had actually communicated with residents from the start. And we know what it's like. You know, the summer's ruined. They can't open their windows because of the dust, the noise and the shouting. So I think what we're looking at is, sure, you can say that this is to give it more teeth and to make it stronger, but it's essentially trying to do it in a different way that we're going to have it as a report in the future. But we know what we want to do, and that is uphold planning law in the Greenbelt. And I think it is actually our enviable reputation for tackling unauthorised development in the Greenbelt, and we should go back to that. Yeah. I'm reminded of one of my former ward colleagues. He said at Conservative Party conference, he was always thanked for upholding the planning law by every Conservative member, because it was standing up for normal residents. That's what they were doing. It's just a shame I wasn't there to buy him a drink at the time. And I think it's the greater disappointment that we could have actually come together and not amended it. And I was happy if we wanted to remove the criticism of officers, despite that resident seeing it as a statement of fact, we could have done that. So I think it's just a shame that we couldn't have pushed that forward. Now, I wanted to thank Phil for Councillor Turner for highlighting the point that this does need to be pushed forward. Every day since July they could have pushed this forward. Yeah. It didn't actually require a motion at all. So it's just, we could have done this much sooner, and we see already that they've started to reinstate some of it already. I don't want to jeopardise any proceedings, but that's because we've done nothing. That's how they've moved forward. And actually, Councillor Turner makes a very good point that about the Gypsy and Traveller pictures, actually, is that the suggestion is that these will be approved, just like they're proposing to put this administration are proposing to put 26 Gypsy and Traveller pitches opposite Abacus School. They did it before in 2018 and they lost their mayor at the time. So that's what we're looking at. The residents expect Greenbelt to be protected and planning law to be upheld. So let's just look at it like this. Councillor Barnes was right. This is essentially kicking the can down the road. That's what we're doing. Sure, you can have a report, you can have as many as you like. We can cut down many forests. So we just have to deal with it sooner or later. So, and I think, and that's actually, Councillor Schrader's right, it is later. That's Labour's policy, much later. And actually, Councillor Turner is right. A future Conservative administration will clear this if Labour don't. Just like we had to clear Dow Farm and clear Hoefields last time. So, and just to sum up, I did actually pass the amendment on to some of the residents and they just passed back some very simple feedback to me that it's further delay and just more reports. We should have just gone with the original. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. We now be voting on the substantive for this motion. All those in favour, please show. All, and all those against? Any abstentions? That is passed, carried. Thank you. Moving on to the second motion, to be moved by Councillor Smith. Do you have a seconder?
I do.
Who is it?
Emily, it's me.
Councillor Brown, thank you. Councillor Smith, you have 10 minutes to present your motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. I'll try and keep this as short as I can because we don't have much time. My colleague, Councillor Larkin, was going to second this, but she's waiting for a gallbladder to be done and without grossing people out with science and guts and gore. She's not in a good place. But Councillor has actually offered to step in and I am grateful. Can I just say for the record, I cannot recall whether you agree with Councillor Dale Brown's politics or not. As someone sharing as a leader, or in the role of leader at tonight's meeting, it's the first time I've seen a woman do it at a council meeting, and all credit to her. Because other ladies watching, whatever their political persuasion, will think if Councillor Dale Brown can take the flak and bat it back, why can't I stand for election? Right. The nuts and bolts of this. We understand why London housing benefit rates have to be higher in London. It's one of the greatest capitals in the world. Okay, someone might have to abolish the role of mayor sooner rather than better, but that's a different point of view. But it's one of the greatest cities in the world, and as such, the property prices in London are a lot higher. There's some nice places in London. There are some parts that none of us would want to live, but thankfully they're few and far between. But as such, the London rates of housing benefit are as much, say, on a two-bedroom house as £76 a week higher than outside of London. So hard-nosed landlords will think and say to themselves, I could squeeze another £76 a week rent into my pocket. And I've had constituents who live particularly in Kingswood, which is close to Basildon train station, ex-council houses. They probably picked up, as Councillor Turner said, in the 90s, nice and cheap, made a sound investment, and it's paying back for them. And they're saying to those tenants who are my constituents, either pay a few more £100 a month in rent, or sadly, I'm going to evict you. And they've come to me, and we've tried to help as best we can and find other suitable accommodation. But the other part of this problem is that London boroughs, we've got an housing crisis, will say, look, if you move out to Basildon, Tendring, another council where property's cheaper, the London rate of housing benefit will follow for you for up to 2 years. And that's wrong. If you are in receipt of housing benefit and you live in the Greater London area, then you should be paid the London rate. But if you move from London, the Greater London area as well, to the home counties or beyond, you shouldn't be getting London rates of housing benefit for 2 years because it is affecting property prices of people who want to privately rent, stand on their own 2 feet and get on with their lives. I mean, we've said before at previous council meetings, there's properties in Lee Chapel North going for as much as £1,800 a month ex-council houses. And the London Housing Benefit Scheme, as I like to call it, is aggravating that problem. Yes, we have a housing shortage, but when landlords know they can squeeze more money per week, they're going to put the prices up, because if the tenant says, I can't afford it, I'm sorry, I've got to move, I've got to find somewhere else, that's no problem. It's a brilliant market if you're a renter. And they'll just get another tenant who will pay more rent. So I'm not going to say anymore, because this self-explains the problem we have, because it feeds into our temporary housing problem. Luckily, we've got a grip, but other councils, regardless of political persuasion, they're being hit hard outside of London. The government needs to intervene, stop London housing benefit rates being paid outside of London. Because if you was a worker in Basildon, you don't get London allowance because you're not in London. And why should housing benefit be the same? That is the crux of the argument. I shall zip up there so members can have some chance to speak on this issue. I hope it gets cross-party support, because also this is taxpayers' money. When the Chancellor and the Leader of the Opposition talks about cutting the welfare bill, one easy stroke is stop the London housing benefit rates being used outside of London. Thank you, Mr Mayor and members.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Brown.
I think you've all had enough of me. I'm not going to say a lot. I think that it's really clear when we understand that what's happening in a private market. We all know that privately rented homes, the price of which have continued to rise and have risen rapidly. That has seen an impact on our homeless. It's seen an impact of the people who are presenting themselves and requiring temporary accommodation at this council. In terms of the no-fault evictions, suddenly the house prices have gone up, landlords can get higher rent from someone else, and we've got a growing problem that we all know about and we all understand. This isn't the whole solution to that problem, but it's one of the cogs that have caused that problem. And I think that we need to be mindful that if we're going to find solutions to our homelessness, solutions to those rising numbers in temporary accommodation, we're going to need to think about all the different causes and ways in which we can start to eliminate them. That is what this motion looks at. Thank you.
Okay, the matter is now open for debate. Do I have any speakers? Councillor Turner, thank you.
I thought they were going to give you a night off, but obviously not. Conservative Group will support the motion, absolutely. But there are some bigger things at play here. And tonight you've agreed a local plan for consultation that works against what you're arguing for. It baffles me how you can resolve the two. Demand in this area with 30,000 houses is only going to get higher. And it doesn't necessarily mean, when we talk about Sadiq Khan, the homes we're building for him, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to come out of London and occupy every one of those homes. But what you will see is a drift. And you'll see a drift from people in the borough engaging in new homes, obviously, but it will leave a vacuum on those homes that they vacate. So as the private rental market dwindles, and it is dwindling, people are getting out of private rents, there's going to become a problem. And what you're going to find, as they're doing now, is London boroughs will be buying up our houses. They won't be putting a family in there, they'll be turning them into HMOs. And we're already seeing, we're already seeing that drift. So we're already seeing that drift happening. And I know you think you can stop it, you can't. You won't be able to stop it. It's going to be a fact. And suddenly, the settled community, our residents, are going to be waking up to a house next door to them was Mr. and Mrs. Smith suddenly being occupied by 6 people from who knows where, what London borough. So we are creating the problem, we are creating the demand, and this is how it will go. This is how the market will churn and deliver us the problems that we're arguing about stopping, about keeping. And we know for sure that London Borough, they've got this money to spare. They'd quite easily come down and buy a house that's 350,000 and turn it into 6 dwellings. For them, there's a cost benefit. And if those people, those residents are on benefits, it only takes a certain amount of time before they become our problem on benefits. And this is the churn that we're making for ourselves. This is the legacy that you've put through tonight. In doing what you've done with the local plan, you, all of you, have created that demand. It's true, Kerry. So, yeah, we'll vote for this because it is common sense and it is something that we as elected representatives need to be concerned at and we need to deal with. But you're going to be like King Canute trying to hold the tide back. And we've already seen London boroughs try and poach different buildings in our borough to put their tenants in. We're building a tower block that is built to rent. Yeah? It's not going to be occupied with all Basildon residents. And I know we've got a piece of paper that says we're not going to market our properties outside of Basildon. It's rubbish. If you're honest, it's absolute rubbish. And we're all kidding ourselves if we're saying, oh no, this is great. We've got a policy. We aren't going to market our houses for a year. Yeah? So we're just going to sell them to Basildon people. It's not going to happen. The developer's not going to take on that. And if you Google, as we've done in the past, if you Google some of the properties that are for sale around London, guess what comes up? Properties in Basildon. Yeah. Is anybody policing them? Is anybody saying, hold on a minute, I've got a signed paper here that says you're not going to market that outside of Basildon for 12 months? All I'm saying, that's for another time, because that is a rubbish policy. All I'm saying is, we've approved the local plan for 30,000 homes, and here we are arguing for this motion, which goes against putting 30,000 homes in Basildon Borough. We're creating a massive problem, we're creating huge demand, it's going to come back and haunt us, and then we're going to say, if only we knew, if only we saw this problem, if only somebody had stood up and said, well, here I am, I'm standing up and telling you this is what's going to happen. All because we as a council won't come together and go back to a Labour government that says, you're absolutely off your rocker, giving us 30,000 homes. So, Kerry, happy to support your motion, so with the Conservative group. But be aware, I don't want to be in a position to say, I told you so. But guess what? I told you so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. We've reached the event of a guillotine. The mover of the motion under debate may be given the right of reply. So, Kerry, you have up to 5 minutes right of reply. Thank you.
I thought we'd done Brexit. Why are we using the French method of execution, the guillotine? Let's use the English rope, that's far better. Most of it I have to disagree politely with Councillor Turner. You have to make a fist of your argument. This argument was about housing benefit rates. We agree on the principle, fine. But because we don't have a local plan, which the Conservatives voted down, we can't enact Article 4 to protect most of our wards in the borough with regards to HMOs. We do not have that protection. We are presently working on collecting evidence to protect the two worst affected wards, which is thankfully mine and St Martin's ward. But with no local plan, we can't defend that. And if we voted down and killed this local plan process, not only have we wasted millions of pounds of taxpayers' money and officer time, Whitehall Wallies will come in and jackboat all over the borough. So if you can't get there's a gun to our head with respect, there's a gun to our head. We either do something or have our brains blown out. So I'll wrap up there because members, I want to get back, get home, get in the warm, and I wish you all well. And again, thank you, Councillor Brown. You've proven women can do it in politics, just like Mrs T.
Thank you. We'll now vote on motion B from Councillor Smith. All those in favour, please show. All those against? That motion is carried. There were no abstentions, were there? Before you leave, there are 2 more motions to vote on, unless you're leaving anyway. Thank you. Councillor, we're moving on to Councillor motion C, to be moved by Councillor Power. Councillor Power, do you want this referred to the next meeting, or do you want to vote on it here and now, formally? So, will you formally move it and have your seconder formally second it? Thank you.
Yes, I'll formally second it.
Do things properly. All those in favour, please show. All those against, please show. Are there any abstentions? Councillor. We've got the abstention. Thank you. Item 20, no, not 23D. Item motion D, to deal with any notice of emergency motion which the Mayor of the Council has permitted. There is an emergency motion. Do you formally propose it?
I formally propose it. My seconder,
Who's your seconder?
Councillor Baker.
Do you formally second it?
Second it.
Yeah, thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I don't know what the point of order is where the council.
Okay, would you like to come to the front so you could explain it? Thank you. Members, all those in favour, please show.
There was a motion to the amendment, by the way.
You can't do it, there's no amendments.
There's amendment to the motion. There is an amendment. It's been submitted.
All those against?
No. No, there's amendment to the motion.
Can't amend.
Can you say it can't be amended? Please, officer, please stop. The request was...
All those against?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Any abstentions?
It's the procedure.
It's not, how's it procedure?
It's a guillotine procedure.
Yeah, of course they've changed it. All the amendment was asking earning over £32,000 a year should also have... Why?
Stop pressing the button. I'm silencing you on purpose. Thank you. Right. Now, when we reach the event of a guillotine, all motions, including that was under debate at 11:30, should be put immediately to the vote without debate and without discussion. Therefore, an amendment cannot be debated or discussed. That is in the Constitution. Okay?
So
I
can we
just
go back
thought
to
I'd
the
make that
original
clear
vote?
to you.
Can we go back to the original vote so I can vote?
We can vote on the original motion.
Perfect.
All those in favour, please show. All those against? Any abstentions? I wish you all a safe journey home. That motion's carried.